Chapter 2250. Southern Border. Wu Mountain. Wu Clan's headquarters. Blessed land. Wu Clan's Gu immortals gathered together. Wu Yong sat at the main seat. Most of the people present were Gu immortals themselves. Only a few could not attend. They were participating with their wills. These are the letters from Ba Clan, Tai Clan, Luo Clan, Ho Clan, and others. Take a look. Wu Yong waved his hand. More than 10 information path Gu worms flew out. Wu Clan's Gu immortals read them one after another, their expressions turning grim. The contents of these information path Gu worms were all the same. There was nothing to write home about. They were just using the righteous path's tone to condemn and question Wu Yong. Why did he make a deal with a demon like Feng Yuan? A portion of them even threatened to leave the Southern Alliance. They felt that Wu Yong was not qualified to be the leader of the Southern Alliance. They wanted to replace the Alliance leader and choose someone else. These guys, shameless words. I really can't stand this. Many of these super clans had colluded with Lu Weiyin in the past, right? Back then, Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin worked together to kill Spectral Soul. They escaped from the Celestial Court's pursuit. Now, these people still have the face to reprimand us? Changing the Alliance leader? Hee. In Southern Border's Gu immortal world, who is more suitable than Lord Wu Yong? Wu Clan's Gu immortals discussed with indignant tones. Wu Yong did not speak. He drank his tea calmly while listening to the immortals' conversation. The immortals' voices became louder. Some were agitated. They even wanted to take revenge on those clans. Wu Yong put down his cup at this moment. He raised his hand. The immortals saw this and went silent. Many of the Wu Clan Gu immortals who stood up uncontrollably because of their indignation quickly sat down. Wu Yong's eyes turned slightly as he looked around. The hall was already silent. This is my Wu Clan. Wu Yong was expressionless, but he was very satisfied internally. Ever since he took control of the Wu Clan, he had been leading the Wu Clan and turning the tide. He had experienced several battles and even pursued Feng Yuan. Most importantly, his exceptional political skills had won the loyalty of the entire Wu Clan. Among them were not only the original Wu Clan Gu immortals, but also the external lone immortals, as well as the newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortals. In the course of the discussion just now, none of these people voiced any objection or advice to Wu Yong's decision and method. From this, it could be seen how high the prestige Wu Yong currently had. 8th Supreme Elder, please explain the details to everyone, Wu Yong said faintly.
Yes.
As the 2nd Supreme Elder of Wu Clan, Wu Bachong immediately stood up and said to the Gu immortals present, "Several days ago, Heaven-refining demon Venerable, no, Great Love Immortal Venerable personally sent a message to 1st Supreme Elder. He forcefully requested 1st Supreme Elder to conduct the first public Immortal Gu transaction with him. Considering that Wu Clan cannot stop Feng Yuan, 1st Supreme Elder could only endure the humiliation and agree to Feng Yuan's request." Wu Clan's immortals looked at each other. Some had a change of expression, some clenched their fists, some gritted their teeth. They could feel the immense pressure from Feng Yuan's words. Feng Yuan did things without any qualms. In this situation, it was understandable that Wu Yong was forced to agree to this transaction. But at the next moment, Wu Yong laughed. "Oh, Bachong, no need to say that. We are all on the same side. I will say it directly." The immortal's expressions shook. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. "This is not the first time I transacted with Feng Yuan. I have already conducted several secret transactions with him. Feng Yuan's evidence is real." Saying this, Wu Yong purposely paused for a moment. Seeing that the hall was still silent, all the Gu immortals were still looking at him with heated gazes. Wu Yong nodded in satisfaction, continuing, "The reason is simple. Firstly, be it the previous Feng Yuan or the venerable Feng Yuan, they are both existences that our Wu Clan cannot afford to offend. Secondly, transacting with Feng Yuan is very beneficial to our Wu Clan. Our Wu Clan obtained several new Immortal Gu. All of them were refined by Feng Yuan. If our Wu Clan were to do it ourselves, we might not succeed even after spending several times the amount of immortal materials." Wu Clan's immortals were silent. Wu Yong's gaze swept past Wu Bachong, stopping at Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao shuddered. He quickly stood up and asked with a trembling voice, But, how should we deal with the condemnation of these super forces?" Wu Yong smiled lightly, nodding at Wu Qiao. Good question. Saying so, he waved his hand. All of the information path mortal goo flew into his palm. Wu Yong blew lightly. A light breeze blew, crushing all of the information path mortal goo into pieces. These so-called condemnations are useless. Wu Yong smiled coldly. Do you think they will dare to attack our clan? The immortals were stunned. Wu Yong leaned back on his chair. He looked around with a condescending gaze. Do you still not understand? Everyone. Times have changed. The Fate War, the pursuit of Feng Yuan, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Quartz Foundation has been completely depleted. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she has no choice but to declare the demonic path identity of the other two Venerables. And be it Giant Sun or Feng Yuan, they both claim to be Immortal Venerables, not Demon Venerables. What is an immortal? What is a demonic path? What is the righteous path? What is a demonic path? The immortals' hearts shook. Wu Yong laughed heartily. With the confrontation of 3 Venerables, the 5 regions and 2 heavens have entered an unprecedented era. If we still use our previous views and get entangled in the division of righteous and demonic, we will only be drowned by the terrifying tides of this era. Didn't you see how Feng Yuan effortlessly subdued the Righteous Qi Alliance? And our Southern Alliance, in front of the Venerable One, can't even be considered a mob. It was impossible to lead a flock of sheep to defeat a ferocious tiger. Furthermore, we are not even a group of sheep in front of a Venerable. Venerables can only fight against Venerables. Meanwhile, we pitiful worms need to survive in the cracks of the Venerables. We can only work hard to absorb nutrients and strengthen ourselves. If we receive the pity of fate, we will have a chance of survival. Let go of the so-called righteous path's dignity and the shackles of cheap morality. Let go of the sense of superiority and security of being a goo immortal. These are all fake. Just like the information path mortal goo I destroyed earlier, as long as a venerable exhales, we goo immortals will immediately fall into a state of eternal damnation. Finally, Wu Yong raised his voice and said with a solemn expression, "Let's do our best, race against time. In this terrifying great era, we need to survive first. Yes, we will heed First Supreme Elder's words." Wu Bachong, Wu Qiao, and the other Wu clan Gu immortals stood up and answered solemnly. Western Desert. Wan clan headquarters. A banquet had just ended. Only a few Wan clan Gu immortals were left in the messy hall. Rank 6 Gu immortal Wan Jue Qing smashed the wine cup in his hand on the ground in anger. These despicable hypocritical clans, they are simply a disgrace to Western Desert. Do they still have any sense of righteous path's glory and self-awareness? Wan Jue Qing shouted in anger. His face was red. Jue Qing. Wan Xiao frowned slightly. Isn't that so? Wan Jue Qing was still furious. These days, we have been having small banquets every 3 days and big banquets every 5 days. But what about these clans Gu immortals? All of them are giving vague answers and making excuses. Jue Qing. Wan Xiao shouted. Forget it. Forget it. At this time, Wan clan's first supreme elder left his seat. He had a bleak expression and his back seemed to be slightly hunched. The remaining Wan clan Gu immortals fell into silence. Outside Wan clan's blessed land, Tang Fongming and Tang Miao were floating in the sky, looking at the stars in the night sky with relaxed moods. Coming out to relax once in a while is indeed the right thing to do, big brother. Big brother. Tang Miao smiled. Tang Fongming nodded, showing an expression of agreement. He was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert that Tang clan held the most in high regard, but different from Shikong. The reason why Tang Fongming received the full support and attention of Tang clan was because he had extraordinary talent in the exploration of Dream Path. This trip to Fong clan was also because Tang Fongming loved his sister Tang Miao. He wanted to satisfy her desire to go out and play. Big brother, Wang clan's hospitality is really good. They are also very determined to take down Fong clan. These days, we have been discussing with the other clans and Wang clan has made many concessions. How long do you think the Alliance army will take? Tang Miao asked. Tang Fongming sneered. The Alliance army to take down Fong clan will never succeed. Ah, why? Let me give you an example. Tang Fongming sighed. Right now, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are like a forest with 3 terrifying fierce beasts inside. Tang Miao's eyes brightened. Big brother, you were talking about the 3 venerables? Tang Fongming nodded. And besides these 3 fierce beasts, there are many birds, rabbits, and fish. Now, a little bird with the surname Wan wants to deal with a little rabbit with the surname Fong. The little bird can't deal with it by itself, so it gathered some other little birds and rabbits and kept offering high prices, wanting to bully him with numbers. However, that little rabbit surnamed Fong is currently leaning against a ferocious beast. Nobody knows if the fierce beast will get angry if they touch this little rabbit. Once the fierce beast gets angry, no matter how many small animals Wan Clan's little bird gathers, they will only become food for the fierce beast. Tang Miao was slightly shocked. Big brother, you are saying that these righteous path super forces cannot form an alliance army just because of this? Tang Fongming nodded again with a solemn expression. No matter how joyous the banquet is, no matter how intense the negotiations between Wan Clan and the other clans are, these are all superficial. In truth, it is just the appearance of small animals trembling in fear. If 3 fierce beasts suddenly appear in the forest, us small animals cannot resist them. Tang Miao breathed in deeply. Fortunately, our Tang clan has already contacted Lord Fong Yuan and had private transactions with him. In my opinion, Southern Borders Alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made public transactions with Fong Yuan. Why can't our Tang clan? Absolutely not. Tang Fongming said, Lord Fong Yuan's every action has deep meaning. Earlier, he exposed the evidence and said that he had transactions with many forces and Gu immortals, but he did not mention our Tang clan. This is his love for our Tang clan. Our Tang clan cannot compare to Southern Borders Wu clan or Fong clan. We are the weakest super clan in Western Desert. We are also at the center of the region and can easily be attacked. At this time, we cannot be in the limelight. We only need to secretly transact with Lord Fong Yuan. We cannot let down Lord Fong Yuan's painstaking efforts. Of course, we can sell the inside information of Wan clans, gathering to Fong clan as a favor. Fong clan has frequent transactions with Lord Fong Yuan. From this perspective, they are our Tang clan's natural ally. Tang Fongming spoke with fervor and composure. He was very insightful about the current situation. Tang Miao's eyes shined as she realized something. Right at this time, Tang Fongming's expression changed slightly. Big brother, what is it? In jewel yellow skies, Gu immortals have publicly transacted with Fong Yuan again. This time, it is 3 people. Among them, 2 are from Northern Plains and Central Continent. Tang Fongming quickly answered, excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 22:51. A lump of fire was quietly burning in Fong Yuan's hand. The fire was only the size of a baby's fist. Its color was constantly changing. If a refinement path expert saw this, they would definitely shout in shock. Because the changing color of the fire was only the appearance, its nature was also completely different. For example, when it was red, it was fire refinement. When it was dark white, it was light refinement. When it was ice blue, it was ice refinement. Fong Yuan lightly clenched his fist. The fire instantly disappeared. Fong Yuan was silent. He fell into deep thought. After a long while, he blinked his eyes and collected his thoughts. Recently, he had been refining Immortal Gu personally. He had not used 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. He had refined more than 10 Immortal Gu. Their ranks were limited to ranks 6 and 7. It was not a big achievement for Fong Yuan. But during this process, Fong Yuan had a considerable harvest. His current refinement path attainment level was already at Supreme Grandmaster. No matter what Gu refinement method, he could easily see through all of its profundities. All Gu recipes had no secrets to Fong Yuan. Right now, Fong Yuan could modify Gu recipes in one go most of the time. Even if many profound Immortal Gu recipes needed some time to be modified, this was only the time needed to deduce and choose the appropriate immortal materials. Fong Yuan's refinement path intuition was already so strong that he could determine the direction of modification of an Immortal Gu recipe with just one glance. Fong Yuan had tried several times, and his practice proved that this intuition was absolutely correct. Modifying refinement path killer moves, Gu refinement methods, and so on was the same. Fang Yuan even had a flash of inspiration during one of the Gu refinement processes. He thought of a new Gu refinement method and succeeded in putting it into practice. And in terms of refining Gu personally, Fang Yuan felt a sense of control. This sense of control greatly increased the success rate of refining immortal Gu. Many times, after refining immortal Gu, at some point, Fang Yuan would be sure that the Gu refinement would succeed. Even if the immortal Gu refinement failed, Fang Yuan would feel a sense of control. He could predict that the Gu refinement would fail in the end. Even a refinement path Venerable would fail when refining immortal Gu. On one hand, it was the refining method. If it was a human error, it would definitely fail. On the other hand, there were restrictions from the other sections. For example, to refine fire path immortal Gu, large amounts of fire path immortal materials were needed. As for fire path immortal materials, Fang Yuan's sense of control would be much weaker. Fang Yuan's fire path attainment level was far from his refinement path attainment level. But the success rate of refining refinement path immortal Gu is almost 100%. Of course, I have not tried rank 9 refinement path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had already confirmed this point. Refinement path immortal Gu used large amounts of refinement path immortal materials, and Fang Yuan had complete control over these refinement path immortal materials. On this point, old eccentric Tiannan, old immortal Kongju, and long-hair ancestor could not compare to Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable, he could refine the natural refinement path Dao marks in the outside world. Refinement path Dao marks and refinement path immortal materials naturally belong to this category. Thus, Fang Yuan knew these immortal materials like the back of his hand. He had perfect control over them. Thus, as long as there were no mistakes in refinement path techniques, and there were not many immortal materials of other paths involved in the refinement, Fang Yuan's refinement success rate was infinitely close to 100%. But in terms of Gu refinement success rate, Fang Yuan had already completely surpassed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. This was still under the situation where he had not practiced many refinement path methods and killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, there was still a lot of room for improvement in refinement path. Other than gaining practical experience, when my attainment levels and other paths rise in the future, it will rapidly increase my success rate in refining immortal Gu of the corresponding paths. It is a pity that I cannot take out the primordial domain at the moment. Fang Yuan did not have a method to retrieve the primordial domain, so the primordial domain that he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal was still stored in Jewel Yellow Skies, and he was still paying for it. Thinking of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan thought of the 3 Gu immortals who had transacted with him earlier. These 3 immortals came from Southern Border, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. They had all publicly transacted with their real names, thus the Gu immortals of the 5 regions knew about them. Among them, the Southern Border Gu immortals were from Chao Clan. Chao Clan was a vassal of Wu Clan. Chao Clan's Gu immortals publicly transacted with Fang Yuan. It was likely that they had received Wu Yang's instructions to help Wu Clan share the political pressure. The other 2 were Northern Plains Lone Immortals and Central Continent's Demonic Immortals. In fact, ever since Wu Yang's transaction, many Gu immortals had secretly contacted Fang Yuan to refine immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had forced them to disclose their identities to transact. This made many Gu immortals flinch. Only a few Gu immortals, because of their temperament or external pressure, reluctantly accepted the conditions of the public transaction. After Fang Yuan filtered them, he chose these 2. These 2 did not have high cultivation level, only rank 6. They were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. Maybe it was because of their low status that these 2 were more inclined to take risks. They wanted to seize the chance to turn things around. It was like how poor people often disregarded their lives, while rich people cherished their lives and were cautious. Of course, these 2 were no longer in Northern Plains or Central Continent. Nobody knew how Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would react after they publicly transacted Immortal Gu with Fang Yuan. These 2 Gu immortals were not fools. They had already escaped to other regions. If this was in the past, there would definitely be many disadvantages. But now that the regional walls were gone and the 5 regions were united, the Qi tides dissipated. The 5 regions Heaven and Earth Qi were the same. There was no difference. Thus, no matter which region the Gu immortals went to, they would not be restricted by heaven and earth qi. Now, there is a crucial point. Feng Yuan did not know what giant sun immortal and star constellation immortal Venerable's reactions would be. He was looking forward to it and also vigilant. According to his deductions, the two Venerables would have 4 possible reactions. First, they would send their subordinates to kill these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. This was easy. Feng Yuan had purposely chosen the weaker Gu immortals and transacted with them. If these 2 were chased by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven and lost their lives, Feng Yuan would be very happy. Second, the 2 Venerables would join forces to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan would be very vigilant against such a situation, but he would also be happy to see it. Third, the 2 Venerables would attack Jewel Yellow Skies. In this situation, Feng Yuan's great love Gu refinement plan would lose its foundation. But the possibility was very small, because ever since Jewel Yellow Skies appeared, it had existed until now. During this period, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sect, and countless other heroes had the idea of attacking Jewel Yellow Skies, but they all failed. Feng Yuan did not know the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies even now. This was an extremely mysterious mystery. The fourth situation was also the most likely choice for the 2 Venerables. That was to ignore his Gu refinement business. They could not stop it anyway. The 2 Venerables would try to manage their own cultivation level, forces, and so on. They would gain an advantage in other aspects to restrict Feng Yuan's great love Gu refinement plan. In fact, ever since I left Crazed Demon Cave, the competition between me, Giant Sun Immortal, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already begun. Whoever manages it better will have the upper hand in the upcoming battles. Advantage might not necessarily turn into victory, but after the accumulation of advantages, the result will be hard to say. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of his position among the 3 Venerables. Looking back at the entire Crazed Demon Cave battle, it was clear that the biggest reason why Feng Yuan could win was because he had the correct strategy. Feng Yuan only had pseudo-venerable battle strength, and because he had been used as a pawn by the Venerables, the 2 Venerables looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they viewed each other as their greatest enemies. This gave Feng Yuan room to display his abilities. But the Venerables were not so easily deceived. Thus, Feng Yuan purposely exposed his ambition and refinement path to let the 2 Venerables know that Feng Yuan wanted to become venerable through refinement path. Next, when his refinement path attainment level was almost fully accumulated, Feng Yuan purposely gave up on the contest for Primordial Domain in front of the 2 Venerables. The refinement path portion of Primordial Domain was destroyed. After the 2 Venerables knew that Feng Yuan could not become venerable quickly, they were relieved. On this basis, Feng Yuan showed weakness step by step. For example, Zhan Budu gave Star Constellation Immortal Venerable a huge headache in several battles. He was in the limelight. Alright, Feng Yuan purposely let Zhan Budu die at the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. For example, Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress were used by the Venerables. Alright, Feng Yuan used these 2 methods to dispel the vigilance of the Venerables. In fact, he even purposely sacrificed the Qi Si clone, Feng Yuan. Even after doing this, the 2 Venerables were still worried about Feng Yuan. At some point, the 2 Venerables cooperated and wanted to eliminate Feng Yuan first. That was the most dangerous moment for Feng Yuan. He was trapped both internally and externally. His life was hanging by a thread many times. After all, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used. Thankfully, Feng Yuan managed to endure it in the end. He finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The 2 Venerables expended a lot of energy on each other. Limitless Demon Venerable's appearance and Paradise Earth's Venerable Ascension caused the 2 Venerables' remaining vigilance to dissipate. Eventually, Feng Yuan seized the opportunity and killed Paradise Earth, forcing the 2 Venerables to retreat, becoming the greatest victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Other than using the correct battle tactics, the other main reason for victory was that Feng Yuan made all sorts of preparations before the battle. Feng Yuan obtained Ability Gu, Fortitude Gu, and others. They played a huge role in Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan raised the cultivation level of his subordinates. allowing White Rabbit and Miao Yin to fight against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Feng Yuan deduced and modified many killer moves, like Dang Hun Luo Pusil, Road of Life, hundreds of totem killer moves, Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses, large numbers of compound killer moves, and so on. Feng Yuan even created the Earth Vein and Food Path defensive methods. He prepared Dream Path killer moves, and so on. Most of them were used in Crazed Demon Cave. Without these ample preparations, even if Feng Yuan's strategy was correct, he would not be able to last until the final moment. I became a refinement path venerable. I am the victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attach great importance to me. Only by using all my strength and working hard can I gain an advantage in the future contest of 3 venerables. The results of his efforts now would be the key to victory in the contest of 3 venerables in the future. Chapter 2252. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal held an information path mortal goo in his hand. He had a calm expression but was sighing inwardly. To think that as a venerable, I would actually pay attention to a mere rank 6 Northern Plains lone cultivator, and I can't do anything to him for now. According to Giant Sun Immortal's temper and nature, this Gu Immortal who transacted with Feng Yuan publicly was simply provoking him. If it were in the past, this Gu Immortal would be dead already. The dignity of a venerable was not to be offended. But now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable summoned one of the 8 extremities. Go. Send the order to all the Super Huangjin tribes, contact them and recruit this person. Whoever succeeds will receive a special reward from me. Yes. This 8 extremities immediately accepted the order and left respectfully. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal could not make any statements. It would be disadvantageous to him and Longevity Heaven. But he could let the Super Huangjin tribes do it. This was the shrewd and ruthless righteous path political method. Giant Sun Immortal knew. Feng Yuan's great love Gu refinement plan could not be stopped. This was a blatant scheme. The hearts of those who desired immortal Gu could not be shaken. Once Giant Sun Immortal stopped it or ordered for this Northern Plains lone cultivator to be killed, Longevity Heaven would lose a lot of people's support. They might be able to suppress the situation for a short period of time, but the more they suppressed it, the deeper this dissatisfaction would accumulate, and when it erupts, it would bring even more trouble to Longevity Heaven. In the end, this would be the result. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators would mostly transact with Feng Yuan publicly. After the transaction, these Gu immortals would immediately leave Northern Plains and go to the other 4 regions. Of course, they would most likely go to Eastern Sea, which was under Feng Yuan's control. This was equivalent to Feng Yuan using immortal Gu to lure the lone immortals and demonic cultivators of Northern Plains to Eastern Sea, expanding the scale of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Of course, the Giant Sun Immortal wouldn't fall for it so easily. Feng Yuan is really arrogant. He doesn't have enough immortal essence, but he still took the initiative to provoke me. Humph, I must return the favor. If the battle in the Crazed Demon Cave gave Giant Sun Immortal a taste of Feng Yuan's combat power, then now Giant Sun Immortal felt Feng Yuan's ruthless and sharp political skills. Giant Sun Immortal thought about it before taking out an Information Path Immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The Information Path Immortal Gu rapidly flew towards Central Continent. Zhongzhou State, Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also dealing with Feng Yuan's methods. She summoned He Fengyang, gave him a few words of encouragement, and gave him the task in person. He Fengyang was still in a daze when he left the Celestial Court. The task that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave him was to publicly transact with Feng Yuan to refine new immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's response was even more direct than Giant Sun Immortal's. Since Feng Yuan declared that he would love the world and refine Gu regardless of friend or foe, the Celestial Court went with the flow. In any case, the Celestial Court couldn't stop this scheme. It was a wise choice to profit from it. Of course, the Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not publicly transact with Feng Yuan. They still needed face. After all, they had declared Feng Yuan to be a demon venerable earlier. He Fengyang and Feng Yuan's transaction, regardless of whether it succeeded or failed, the Celestial Court would ignore it, It would create an ambiguous political stance that it didn't care about the actions of the 10 great ancient sections. This way, the 10 great ancient sects would participate and obtain many immortal goo. It would be very helpful to Central Continent stamina. If Fang Yuan refused or asked for an unreasonable price, it would be inconsistent with his previous declaration. It would greatly damage Fang Yuan's reputation. Weakening Fang Yuan's appeal was a victory for the Celestial Court. Greetings to Immortal Venerable. Qin Dingling appeared with 2 information path immortal goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at them and pondered. The first one came from Southern Borders Wu clan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at it and realized that Wu clan's first supreme elder, the current leader of the Southern Alliance, Wu Yong, wanted to publicly transact with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong seemed to have forgotten that he had once led the Southern Alliance to fight against the Celestial Court during the Fate War. A hint of admiration flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. This Wu Yong is truly an outstanding person. Earlier, he publicly transacted with Fang Yuan, but now, he wants to transact with my Celestial Court. His ambition is huge, but this is good. Agreeing to your request is also beneficial to the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately decided to transact with Wu Yong. On one hand, it was to express her attitude. She and the Celestial Court were very tolerant towards all Gu immortals who transacted with Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also trying to rope in Wu Yong. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan were very close. If she rejected, Wu clan might be easily roped in by Fang Yuan. This was not something Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to see. As for the second information path Immortal Goo, it came from Giant Sun Immortal. The content of the letter was simple. Giant Sun Immortal wanted to ally with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Of course, they would not ally for no reason. After all, in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were already working together to deal with the venerable Fang Yuan. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. The Venerable's strength had not risen much. If the two Venerables worked together to deal with Fang Yuan, they would only be asking for trouble and humiliation. Giant Sun Immortal's intention was, he had been using luck path methods to monitor Eastern Sea and investigate Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Once Fang Yuan tried to refine a rank 9 Immortal Goo, there would be a huge change in luck. By then, it would be the best time to deal with him. Currently, Fang Yuan was very strong. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be repelled even if they worked together, but they did not have much of an advantage. The two Venerables could easily defend themselves. However, if Fang Yuan tried to refine a rank 9 Immortal Goo, his immortal essence would be greatly damaged. Especially at the crucial moment of the Goo refinement, if the two Venerables grasped the opportunity, that would be Fang Yuan's greatest weakness, and also his weakest moment. If Fang Yuan failed in the Goo refinement, he would suffer a terrifying backlash. After all, this was the refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Goo. It was no small matter. Towards Giant Sun Immortal's suggestion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She agreed. In fact, she had an entire set of investigative methods to monitor Eastern Sea, to guard against Fang Yuan's attempt to refine a rank 9 Immortal Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed great importance on Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. The contest of 3 Venerables was a fight for every inch of land. If any side gained a rank 9 Immortal Goo, their strength would rise sharply. This was not a loss of land, it was a change of ownership. In fact, even if Giant Sun Immortal did not send a letter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would contact him. If Fang Yuan truly displayed his refinement path specialty and refined a rank 9 Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan would gain a huge advantage. This was something the two Venerables did not want to see. This secret blockade against Fang Yuan's refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Goo was easily formed under the tacit understanding of the two Venerables. If Fang Yuan rashly refines a rank 9 Immortal Goo, that will be the time to attack. But if I cooperate with Giant Sun Immortal, I need to pay attention to my immortal essence expenditure. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood that Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence reserves were higher than hers. If they worked together to deal with Fang Yuan and expended too much immortal essence, Even if they had the same amount as Giant Sun Immortal, it would be disadvantageous to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal had an absolute advantage in terms of immortal essence reserves. If such a thing happened, Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence advantage would be even greater. This was definitely a secret scheme of Giant Sun Immortal. Eastern Sea. Oh? Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Right now, he was refining immortal goo while communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. He was also thinking about the arrangements of his immortal aperture. He was very calm. At this moment, his will inside Jewel Yellow Skies received He Fengyang's transaction request. He Fengyang actually took the initiative to openly transact with me. It seems that this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention. Fang Yuan immediately realized the truth behind this. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's permission, how could He Fengyang dare to do this? As expected of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan praised in his mind. This was a very mature and rational response. In the competition between forces and experts, it was never a simple matter of friend or foe. It was based on the specific situation and could be flexible. Sometimes they were enemies, sometimes they were allies, and sometimes they were enemies while cooperating. However, this reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Towards He Fengyang's transaction request, Fang Yuan's will agreed on the spot. If he rejected it, it would weaken his influence. Furthermore, why would he reject it? This was beneficial to Celestial Court and Central Continent. It was even more beneficial to Fang Yuan. After all, he was the one making the offer. He was the seller. Of course, Celestial Court and Central Continent would also benefit from it. Both sides would take what they needed. This was a mutually beneficial transaction. The most disadvantageous one was Longevity Heaven. Because Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's aspects had improved, Longevity Heaven would fall behind. And if Longevity Heaven saw this, it would not want to fall behind. Even if it was unwilling, it would have to transact with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan naturally would not reject it. By then, he would gain the most out of the three parties. Since you want the rank 7 Immortal Goo, give me 9 Central Stone Forest. Fang Yuan gave He Fengyang a price. 9 Central Stone Forest was an Earth Path resource point. It could be used as an Earth Vein node. Its value could not be compared to a rank 7 Immortal Goo. In the short term, a rank 7 Immortal Goo was naturally more valuable. But in the long term, 9 Central Stone Forest, which produced Earth Path cultivation resources, was more valuable than a rank 7 Immortal Goo. This price was very high. It far surpassed Fang Yuan's previous Goo refinement price. He Fengyang could not make the decision, but he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders. All in all, this price was above the bottom line. He Fengyang agreed to it. In the future, when Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven transact with me, I will ask for Earth Path resource points so that I can repair the Earth Vein in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was undergoing construction again, but currently they were mainly building water veins. Since the Righteous Qi Alliance had taken the initiative to side with Fang Yuan, they had to show their sincerity. Fang Yuan had already ordered for the clans to contribute a batch of water path resource points. I already have dozens of yellow apricot immortal essence beads. I cannot rashly refine rank 9 Immortal Goo. Moreover, I do not have enough immortal essence. I should refine a few Heaven Path rank 8 Immortal Goo first. Chapter 2253. Southern Border. A group of 5 Goo Masters was moving at full speed on the road. The leading Goo Master had rank 4 cultivation. He had an ordinary appearance but was very capable. It was Shang Clan's Goo Master Xiao Yan. Fire Travel Goo. He was using a Fire Path Goo Worm to travel. Every step he took was burning with a little fire. Along the way, he left behind a long trail of fire. Behind him were 4 Goo Masters with rank 2 cultivation. At this moment, they were gritting their teeth and following with all their might. Lord Xiao Yan, let's take a break. We don't have enough primeval essence. While moving, a rank 2 Goo Master suggested. Xiao Yan's speed slowed down, but he was still moving. This was the wilderness. If a Goo Master did not have enough primeval essence, the risk of survival would rise. Moreover, Rank 2 Gu Masters did not have the qualifications to explore the wilderness. They lacked survival skills. But right now, Xiaoyan had an important mission. According to the information, if I delay any longer, the mountain village will catch fire. I need to get there quickly. Last time, I was misled by the enemy's information and insisted on going out to search for deviant fire goo materials, but I did not expect Lady Shang Xi to be in danger. This time, I need to complete this mission with all my strength and make up for the points I lost earlier. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan made his decision. He immediately ordered, "You four rest here, I will go first. After you are done resting, immediately catch up." Yes. The four Gu masters answered in unison. Xiaoyan's speed rose sharply. He quickly entered the forest. A few hours later, he reached his destination, a small village that was affiliated to Shang clan. "Lord, you are finally here. The village has prepared some wine." The village head was a rank 4 Gu master. He was very polite to Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan waved his hand. "The fire is more important. We need to deal with this danger first." The village head was overjoyed. "Lord is wise. Then come this way. To be honest, I have been very anxious these days." The village head led Xiaoyan to the back mountain. Xiaoyan saw a large area of dazzling white flames burning brightly at the back mountain. "That's right. It is light fire." Xiaoyan sized it up, his pupils shrinking. "This light fire is very large. It covers at least 200 steps. It is beyond my limits." Light fire was a type of deviant fire. It was a rank 5 Gu material. According to what Xiaoyan knew, this Gu material could be used to refine rank 5 light path or fire path Gu worms. From a Gu immortal's perspective, the essence was clear. This light fire contains some light path and fire path Dao marks. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a large amount of light flames after searching for so many mystical flames. Lady Shang Xi specifically left this mission to me. She is too kind and forgiving. Sigh, this kindness. Xiaoyan sighed in his heart, gradually understanding Shang Xi's intention. He slowly approached the fireball. The closer he got, the more agitated he became. He was inexplicably angry. This was not surprising. This was the effect of light fire. The closer one was to this Gu material, the more furious they would be. Xiaoyan tried activating a fire path technique and quickly succeeded in collecting a cluster of light flame. It was the size of a wash basin. Xiaoyan quietly nodded. His previous assessment was correct. With such a large area of fire, he couldn't rely on himself, but he could still collect most of it. Soon after, 4 rank 2 Gu masters would arrive. With their help, this mission could be completed. But he had to be fast. Gu materials like light fire would spread and expand rapidly during the day. Thankfully, it was nighttime now, so the scale of the light fire was suppressed. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan hurried over and even abandoned his subordinates. "Before they arrive, I will make arrangements in the surroundings as a precaution." Xiaoyan immediately set up an alert method around the light fire. One had to be wary of others. Moreover, Xiaoyan would have to use his full strength to collect this heavenly fire. Why are there mortals patrolling the surroundings? While patrolling, Xiaoyan found many mortals in the forest were kowtowing towards the heavenly fire. The village leader quickly chased these villagers away. He would not let these mortals disturb Xiaoyan and the rest for a period of time. Next, the village leader explained the reason. It turned out that the sky had been changing recently. There was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. It was a mixture of black and white. This situation made the Gu masters and mortals of the 5 regions extremely fearful. On a certain night, there was a sudden rain of fire. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around the village, balls of heavenly fire fell to the ground. The villagers were shocked by this strange phenomenon and generally believed that God was angry and wanted to burn the sinful mortals to death. Therefore, there were always mortals who came here to kneel and pray. "Fools!" Xiaoyan snorted, but his expression also eased up, because he could understand. When the sky changed, he was also extremely fearful. But after Shang Xi's revelation, he understood that although this matter was huge, it was not fatal. Even if there was, it was not something a Gu master at Xiaoyan's level could worry about. At the same time, immemorial white heaven. No, more accurately speaking, it was in the black and white heaven of immemorial white heaven. Tens of thousands of li away, Fang Yuan looked at the huge sun. The sun seemed to be moving slowly but was actually moving quickly. Its path was very fixed. It had always been from east to west, before turning back and going from west to east, repeating this process. Every time the sun moved from the east to the west of immemorial white heaven, it would be exactly 12 hours. Black heaven and white heaven alternated. The 5 regions were shrouded in darkness. And in white heaven above black heaven, the sun would turn back and go from west to east, spending another 12 hours to return to its original starting point in the east. At this time, black heaven and white heaven alternated again. Thus, in the eyes and senses of mortals, the sun always appeared in the sky during white heaven. It would appear from the east at dawn, and the darkness would disappear. At dusk, it would disappear from the west, and the darkness would thicken. The sun was extremely huge. Among the 11 venerables, spectral soul demon Venerable was the largest. He was like a mountain, but he could not compare to the sun. The size of the sun, Fang Yuan estimated that it was about the same size as Giant Majestic Sea Area. Giant Majestic Sea Area was one of the largest sea areas in Eastern Sea. Originally, in immemorial white heaven, the sun's path was completely empty. But now that the black and white heavens merged, the environment changed and became chaotic. While Fang Yuan was observing, there was a large patch of black clouds blocking the sun. Every time the sun moved forward, a portion of the larger black clouds would disappear. Of course, the sun was not unharmed. From time to time, sparks would scatter on the surface of the sun. Most of these heavenly flames were absorbed by the black clouds, but a small portion flew away. A portion of the sparks that flew out landed in the 5 regions. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the battle between the black clouds and the sun was the collision of 2 lumps of Tao marks. The former was dark path and cloud path, while the latter was light path and fire path. The black clouds will definitely lose, but the sun will also suffer a lot of damage. With such an intense change, no wonder heaven form is in chaos. It is even showing signs of collapsing. Fang Yuan was originally refining heaven path immortal goo, but his journey suddenly changed. He went up from Eastern Sea to the 2 heavens because of heaven form. Heaven form was left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was half a thieving heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven by chance. This natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of immemorial white heaven, nor could it be kept in his grotto heaven. It was filled with providence and could be replenished at any time. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable could not use his will to refine it completely. Thus, thieving heaven demon Venerable thought hard and came up with a way to forcefully refine it into an immortal killer move. He named it heaven form. Refining heaven form required a long time. Generations of wills would cleanse it. One day, it would be refined by a goo immortal. At that time, it would be used by one person. Later, this heaven form killer move was obtained by Southern Borders Heaven inspecting 5 xiangs. They made a bet for 1,000 years, but it was obtained by Fang Yuan. Heaven form provided a lot of help to Fang Yuan, especially in the aspect of conquering the 2 heavens grotto heavens. It had displayed its might during the Fate War. Heaven form was like a one-legged white crane. Its feathers were white as snow, and its beak was red. When it was activated, it would spread its wings and flutter in the air. When not activated, it would close its eyes and rest on one leg. Its neck would turn around and its head would rest on its back. Heaven form had always been in immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan could not bring it away. Its foundation was immemorial white heaven. Now that immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven had merged, heaven form's foundation was shaking. Fang Yuan had to lend a hand in time to help it stabilize its form. Otherwise, if it relied on itself, it would definitely disintegrate and be destroyed. Chapter 2254. Originally, I didn't want to go to the 4 drip, but when I woke up this morning, I realized that my throat was so swollen that I couldn't speak. It greatly affected my daily work and life. While I was on the 4 drip, I was thinking, should I not have written about Xiao Yan's character yesterday? I still have to go on the 4 drip tomorrow. I'll try my best to update tomorrow. Venomous Goo Master has no updates today. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2255. Heaven Form, which was in the form of a white crane, wailed in front of Feng Yuan. It was in great pain. Its body was twisting and curling up at times. Feng Yuan's fingers bloomed like flowers as he activated a refinement path killer move. Wisps of fragrant green wind coiled around the white crane like chains, gently stabilizing its body. Heaven Form's condition was deteriorating, but after Feng Yuan's method, it was greatly alleviated. But it was far from enough. The white crane was still wailing. "Don't worry, I am here. I will protect you," Feng Yuan consoled. This move was an information path Gu Immortal killer move. It had refinement path effects. Because it was special, it was recorded by the land spirit of Langya. After Feng Yuan's modification, it abandoned its original name and changed it to Love Consolation. It looked like information path but was actually refinement path. It returned to the origin and its power increased greatly. This move could allow the Gu Immortal to have a mystical consolation effect on the incomplete Immortal Gu during the Gu refinement process. For example, when facing failure, Feng Yuan would continue to urge, "I know you can do it. Do your best. You can definitely do it. Believe in yourself." The incomplete Immortal Gu that was about to collapse would stop worsening under these words of encouragement. It would even recover and have a higher chance of success. There were several limitations to this move. First, the effect was continuous. Every sentence had a small effect. Only by accumulating the effects of continuous consolation would it have an obvious effect. Thus, during the Gu refinement process, the Gu would suddenly deteriorate and this move could not be used in time. Or after using this move, the accumulation of effects would not be able to keep up with the deterioration. It would not be able to save the Gu refinement. Second, this move had a target, the incomplete Immortal Gu. That was to say, one had to refine the Immortal Gu to a certain extent before they could use this move. Without refining the incomplete Immortal Gu, they would not even think of using this move. Many Gu recipes were completed in one go. They would not produce an incomplete Immortal Gu in the middle or late stages, thus this move could not be used. But Feng Yuan could use it now. Because the situation was special. Heaven Form was originally in perfect condition, but under the fusion of white heaven and black heaven, it started to break apart and get damaged. It was almost like an incomplete Immortal Gu. Of course, this was also because Feng Yuan was a refinement path Venerable. He had the attainment level and methods to refine rank 8 Heaven Form as a Gu worm. "It's okay. I'm here. Don't worry," Feng Yuan said gently. Tianxiang's cries grew louder. Suddenly, the snow-white feathermen in the sky started to burn. At first, it was only the size of a spark, but it quickly expanded. In just a few breaths, it had grown to the size of an adult's palm. Feng Yuan immediately took action. He breathed in deeply and prepared a killer move. 2 lumps of qi came out of his nostrils, one white and one blue. The aura landed on the burning feather one after another, causing sparks to spread out. Then, it condensed into a layer of frost, preventing the flames from regenerating. Thankfully, I used this refinement path killer move when refining Gu earlier. I am quite familiar with it. Feng Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with it in time. The larger the flames, the higher the price Feng Yuan had to pay to deal with them. Once the flames spread to the entirety of Heaven Form, this killer move would be completely destroyed. At that point, even Feng Yuan would not be able to stop it. "You will definitely be able to get through it. Master believes in you," Feng Yuan said gently. The white crane's wails became more intense. "What's going on?" Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Soon, he found out the reason. A pitch-black poison was produced in the white crane's body. It quickly spread and corroded the surroundings, causing the killer move to face the danger of breaking apart. The white crane started to vomit intensely, spitting out pitch-black poison from its mouth. Feng Yuan called out. He knew that he could not use fire refinement now, otherwise he would ignite the fire from earlier. Thus, he pointed with his finger. In an instant, 100 green specks of light flew into the white crane's mouth like a group of fireflies. The specks of green light scattered into the poison, growing rapidly. Stalks of green grass grew from small sprouts in the blink of an eye, absorbing all of the poison in the white crane's body. Feng Yuan flicked his finger again. Golden light flowed into the white crane's body like water, turning the green grass into powder. Countless powder entered the white crane's body, healing its injuries. After the storm, there will definitely be a rainbow. Don't give up. Feng Yuan encouraged it again. But the white crane let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its body twitched like it was electrocuted. Next, its elegant body expanded rapidly like a balloon, becoming larger and larger. It was about to reach its limit and self-detonate. Feng Yuan quickly stretched out his hand. Clenching his fist, a huge iron rod appeared in his palm. Just one refinement path killer move is not enough. Thoughts flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. He quickly manipulated the goo worms in his immortal aperture, helping Feng Yuan prepare another killer move. In the next moment, sharp ice spikes appeared on the giant iron rod. Bam! Feng Yuan exerted strength in his arm, smashing the huge iron rod on the white crane's body. The white crane screamed in pain, looking at its master with an incredulous gaze. Feng Yuan, however, had a smile on his face. Believe in master. Believe in yourself even more. Bam! Feng Yuan smashed down again. The white crane's inflated body shrunk at the same time. The ice spikes pierced through the body. Strong air currents gushed out of the wounds. Bam! Feng Yuan smiled warmly. Good white crane, do your best. Bam! Feng Yuan smiled warmly. Little cute white crane, persevere. Perseverance is victory. Bam bam. Feng Yuan smiled benevolently. No matter what you are going through, don't give up easily. I am here. I will not let you break down. Looking at the iron rod smashing down again, the white crane's expression had already collapsed. Bam! With a loud sound, it seemed to have fainted from the impact. It was motionless. However, its body had already returned to its original size. It was no longer expanding, but it was covered in wounds and was barely breathing. It no longer had the power of a rank 8 killer move. Only then did Feng Yuan put away the big iron rod with the ice thorns. He nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself, although this is the first time I've tried combining these two moves, it's not a big deal. But the refinement path Venerable's intuition was not wrong. The effect is as strong as I expected. This move isn't like love's consolation. It has a wide range of applications. I can practice it more in the future. The next time such a situation occurs, I'll use this move as well. As if it had heard Feng Yuan's words, the dead crane suddenly shuddered and closed its mouth. The fusion of white heaven and black heaven caused heaven form to fall into a dangerous situation. Feng Yuan had to guard it at all times and use refinement path killer moves to stabilize the situation. The current difficulty isn't high, but I can't say for sure in the future. Furthermore, guarding heaven form is like restricting my movements. Refining it will also cause my immortal essence to be expended. Feng Yuan's immortal essence accumulation was not high to begin with. This would only make his situation worse. But I can't give up on heaven form. Feng Yuan wanted to protect this killer move, because after using cooking luck pot to inspect his luck, Feng Yuan analyzed that heaven path was a shortcut to his current predicament. Like now, he was guarding heaven form while refining other heaven path immortal goo in the sovereign immortal aperture. A new heaven path immortal goo was created. This heaven path immortal goo was like a crystal spider. It was transparent and flawless. The spider's 8 legs were long and slender. Its body was small and was supported by the 8 legs. Rank 8 heaven path immortal goo. Heavenly Web. With this goo as the core, he could create the heaven path killer move Heavenly Web. Back then in the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Paradise Earth had used it many times. Its defensive effect was superb. It could match Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. After Feng Yuan killed Paradise Earth, he found that he only had 2 heaven path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. One was Heavenly Web goo, and one was Heavenly Birth goo. Heavenly Birth goo was the core immortal goo that allowed Paradise Earth to revive and cultivate heaven path from earth path. There were many other immortal goo. For example, Information Path Immortal Goo Outline Goo. It could allow goo immortals to analyze the general structure of complicated information. Or Rule Path Immortal Goo Normal Goo. It could restore the target to their normal state. With these immortal goo, Paradise Earth could create all sorts of heaven path killer moves, like Heavenly Web, Heartless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Summary and Earthly Norm, and so on. Heavenly Web goo was already refined. Feng Yuan had to refine Heavenly Birth goo now. Heavenly Birth goo was an immortal goo that could heal injuries. It could be used with Feng Yuan's refinement path. It had a miraculous effect on Heaven form. Feng Yuan had Heaven path accumulations to begin with. Rank 8 Heavenly Secret goo, Heaven's Envy goo, as well as the killer move Heaven Envy's Geniuses that Feng Yuan used in Crazed Demon Cave, as well as the killer move Heaven form that he was protecting now. Paradise Earth was a huge gift. After Feng Yuan consumed it, his Heaven Path foundation rose by several times. Especially in Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results, there is a killer move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. It can use Heaven Path methods to conceal oneself. It is very useful to me. Feng Yuan's biggest goal was Obscured Heavenly Secret. Next was to refine Heavenly Birth goo to stabilize Heaven form. Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could be modified. In theory, the more Heaven Path immortal goo used, the stronger the concealment effect. There were only two ways for Feng Yuan to resolve his low immortal essence storage. One was to manage his immortal aperture. But blindly speeding up the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was not a good idea. Feng Yuan could only publicize his plan of Great Love goo refinement, to gather resource points as efficiently as possible to manage his immortal aperture and raise his immortal aperture origin core to produce more immortal essence. The second way was to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a huge help to Feng Yuan. Without this goo, Feng Yuan's immortal essence would have dried up long ago in Crazed Demon Cave. It was truly an amazing effect. Anyone who used it would know. It was indeed worthy of being Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital goo. Feng Yuan was a rank 9 Venerable now. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was not suitable anymore. Once he advanced it, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would definitely allow Feng Yuan to break out of his current predicament. However, if he tried to advance it directly, the information would definitely be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely be keeping an eye on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was well aware of this. He was rank 9 now. Rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot could only barely help him. By then, if he refined rank 9 Immortal goo, his luck would undergo an even greater change. Against Giant Sun Immortal, Cooking Luck Pot would not be able to block him. As a Wisdom Path goo Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not hide it from them. The moment I advance to rank 9 will be my weakest moment. The two Venerables will definitely join hands to attack me. Thus, Obscured Heavenly Secret is crucial. Cooking Luck Pot could not hide it from Giant Sun Immortal because of Luck Path. But Obscured Heavenly Secret was Heaven Path. It was like how Feng Yuan faced Pill Path and Painting Path. Against Heaven Path, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would also be at a loss. But this plan has its own hidden dangers, because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once fused with the Tao for over 3 million years. Celestial Court has abundant Heaven Path research results. How long can Obscured Heavenly Secret hide it from her? Chapter 2256. Although the pain in his throat had greatly improved, he could not muster up any strength. Rest and build up strength. Try to update as much as possible tomorrow. Venomous Goo Master has no updates today. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2257. Central Continent. 3 rank 6 Goo Immortals were fighting against an ancient cloud beast. Be careful. The ancient cloud beast suddenly changed. Its speed increased as it pounced at the woman among the 3 immortals. The female immortal was not flustered. Her white dress bloomed like a flower as she blocked the cloud beast's attack. But this ancient cloud beast also went all out. Even though it was blocked, it did not retreat like before. Its body turned illusory as it enveloped the female immortal. At first glance, it looked like the ancient cloud beast had swallowed the female immortal. Fairy Lian Yun. Shi Zhengyi shouted. He was about to use his information path killer move in a hurry. But at this time, Uez called out to him, "Wait. If you use this killer move, what if it pierces the cloud beast and injures Fairy Lian Yun?" Shi Zhengyi immediately stopped. He gritted his teeth. "What do I do now?" Uez, who had the appearance of a young girl, showed a solemn expression. "In this situation, I can only try that move." "What move?" Shi Zhengyi felt something amiss. "Don't tell me you are not familiar with it yet?" Uez was already preparing his killer move. Sensing the killer move's aura, the cloud beast enveloped Zhao Lianyun as it charged over. Shi Zhengyi immediately used his ability to stall this ancient cloud beast as much as possible. Its mouth was wide open. Its tongue was exposed. After activating his information path killer move, Shi Zhengyi continued to speak. The power of his words enveloped the ancient cloud beast, accumulating a formless force that stalled the ancient cloud beast. Shi Zhengyi held on for more than 10 breaths of time before he heard Uez's voice. He was overjoyed. He stopped his killer move and dodged to the side. Uez's palms were aimed at the ancient cloud beast as two pillars of light shot out from his palms. The light pillars were light blue. They shined on the ancient cloud beast's body and dissolved it. Zhao Lianyun, who was trapped inside the cloud beast, had been trying to break free. He exerted more strength and successfully broke free, regaining his freedom. "Good, it is my turn." Shi Zhengyi saw that Zhao Lianyun had escaped and immediately cooperated with Uez, activating an offensive killer move. The two killer moves landed on the ancient cloud beast's body. Finally, with a loud sound, this ancient cloud beast exploded. The corpses of the ancient cloud beasts turned into lumps of clouds, and most of them were immortal materials. After collecting them, Zhao Lianyun and the other two rested on the spot. "It's my fault. I was caught by the cloud beasts, causing the quality of the immortal materials to be low," Zhao Lianyun said apologetically. "This loss is nothing. Furthermore, we only have rank 6 cultivation level. It is already amazing that we could win against an ancient cloud beast. It's not good to have too many extravagant demands," Uez consoled. Shi Zhengyi said casually, "Ever since the battle at the reverse flow river, we rarely get together. I didn't expect that when the black and white heavens merged, the beasts from the black and white heavens would often escape to the Zhongzhou state to cause trouble. That's why we met again. There's no need to fuss over these trifles." The friendship between the three immortals was forged during the battle at the reverse flow river. Although Feng Yuan was the biggest winner in the battle at the reverse flow river, he was not the only one. But the three of them had excellent performances in the battle of reverse flow river, with Wei Lingyang risking his life to escort them, as well as Central Continent's reinforcements. They managed to escape with their lives. The three immortals returned to their sex and were heavily nurtured. Zhao Lianyun smiled, following Shi Zhengyi's words. "Since you don't care about these trifles, please accept this gift." Saying so, she handed an information path immortal material to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi was surprised. "Ah, this is a nonsense petal flower? This is the immortal material. I need to refine immortal goo." He did not stand on ceremony. He took this rank 6 immortal material and inspected it carefully. Zhao Lianyun looked at Uez, smiling as she handed him a refinement path goo immortal true inheritance. "I did not fail you." Uez was very happy. "The refinement path inheritance I cultivate is called the 8 refinement gates. To think that the rumors were true. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House actually created the 9th gate on the foundation of this inheritance. Oh my, Fairy Lianyun, how can I thank you?" Zhao Lianyun shook her head repeatedly and said with a smile, "This is something that I can do. It's also your good luck. I happen to be the current generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Otherwise, I would not have the authority to deal with such a true inheritance. As for thanking me, I need it," Zhao Lianyun said casually in a joking tone. "In the future, when you become rank 7 or 8 goo immortals, just take care of me a little." Shi Zhengyi and Uez's mood dimmed. They knew about Zhao Lianyun's situation. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Divine Concealment. He could not undergo tribulation, thus his cultivation level could not rise. In contrast, Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi's cultivation level had improved a lot compared to the battle of Reverse Flow River. Shi Zhengyi gritted his teeth. To speak the truth, I have been asking about the breakthrough method. When Gua mortals undergo tribulation, they are restricted by the heavenly Tao. Providence controls the calamities and tribulations. Fairy, the reason why you cannot undergo tribulation is because of divine concealment. You cannot be investigated by Providence. The solution is actually very simple. You just need to unravel divine concealment. Divine concealment is a rank 9 killer move. It is very difficult to unravel this killer move. But since there are 3 venerables in this world, it is not impossible to break a rank 9 killer move. But if we simply unravel it, it would be a waste of a treasure. I think if we can seek Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, she is a wisdom path venerable, she will definitely be able to find a solution. Zhao Lianyun smiled bitterly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is a high and mighty existence. How can I get close to her at my level? Fairy, don't look down on yourself. Just with the rank 9 love goo that you control, you will not be neglected. Yu Yizi consoled. But to seek Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, according to the rules of our 10 great ancient sects and celestial court, you will need a huge amount of sect contribution points. But now, Fairy Lianyun, you've used your contribution points to exchange for this true inheritance for me. So, please take all the Cloud Beast immortal materials I have here. Fairy Lianyun. Shi Zhengyi laughed heartily. Then take mine as well. It is a small token of my appreciation. Zhao Lianyun immediately shook her head. I appreciate your kindness. Even though the immortal materials of these Cloud Beast corpses will give me a huge amount of contribution points, it is more than what I used to exchange for the true inheritance. But I am still far from asking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for help. In that case, why don't I fully support you and help you advance? When you become rank 7 or 8, you can return and help me. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Zhao Lianyun's words made sense. Under her persuasion, Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi kept the Cloud Beast corpses. Even so, Fairy Lianyun, please accept these immortal yuan stones. That's right, in the following battles, the immortal essence expenditure will be huge. If we use immortal yuan stones to replenish them at the crucial moment, we can deal with dangerous situations. Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi spoke again. This time, Zhao Lianyun did not reject them. She accepted the 2 batches of immortal yuan stones. I do not have many immortal yuan stones with me. Speaking of which, the sect rarely distributes immortal yuan stones anymore. Do you know why? Zhao Lianyun asked. Yu Yizi and Shi Zhengyi shook their heads. Their situation was the same. Shi Zhengyi was an information path cultivator after all. He revealed a secret. Our 10 great ancient sects are all subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. All of our immortal yuan stones are distributed by the Celestial Court. It seems that after the Fate War, the Celestial Court has gradually reduced the distribution of immortal yuan stones. Right now, this distribution of immortal yuan stones has already stopped. The 10 great ancient sects definitely have their own immortal yuan stones, but in order to plan for the future, they have gradually stopped distributing them. Yu Yizi also said, recently, I have been transacting refinement path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. I have also noticed this. The transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies are even more intense, but there are more exchanges of materials. Immortal yuan stones are becoming rarer. Does the Celestial Court want to use immortal yuan stones to influence the 5 regions Gu immortal world? Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined with bright light. All along, the immortal yuan stones in the 5 regions and 2 heavens Gu immortal world had all come from the Celestial Court. If the Celestial Court controlled the source, the range of influence would be huge. Among them, the ones who would be the most heavily affected were the rank 6 Gu immortals who had the most numbers in the Gu immortal world. As their cultivation level rose, the influence of rank 7 and rank 8 Gu immortals would gradually decrease. This was very inconvenient for Zhao Lianyun. There were 2 main reasons. Firstly, the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were very inconvenient. Secondly, if Zhao Lianyun's immortal essence reserves were low, she would not have immortal yuan stones to expend. She would not be able to replenish her immortal essence quickly. Is the Celestial Court trying to use this to slow down and suppress the transactions of the 5 regions' Gu immortals, as well as to prevent the frequent fights between the Gu immortals at the bottom level? Zhao Lianyun inwardly pondered. The phenomenon of immortal yuan stones decreasing in quantity was discovered by more and more Gu immortals. Because the source was in the hands of the Celestial Court, other forces could not do anything about it. Immortal yuan stones were usually used as currency to assist Gu immortals in transactions, but during times of war, they were an important strategic resource. Gu immortals could use immortal yuan stones to replenish their immortal essence rapidly. Thus, after noticing this phenomenon, the 5 regions' forces started to purchase immortal yuan stones and increase their reserves. This caused the already limited supply of immortal yuan stones to decrease even more rapidly. Fang Yuan had also noticed this phenomenon long ago. Is the Celestial Court trying to weaken the battle potential of other forces while increasing the value of their own immortal yuan stones? He had always been interested in the secret of the Celestial Court's possession of immortal yuan stones. Unfortunately, be it Shadow Sect's true inheritances or Paradise Earth's true inheritances, he did not obtain any clues. Even during the Fate War, when Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court and destroyed the immortal graveyard, he did not discover the secret of immortal yuan stones. The Celestial Court restricted the circulation of immortal yuan stones. It was indeed a headache for countless forces and Gu immortals, but to Fang Yuan, it was a small problem. 1 immortal yuan stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence bead was equivalent to 1,000,000 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan had been in the immemorial 2 heavens for several days, maintaining heaven form killer move for the past few days. Let's begin. He let out a breath of air as he prepared an immortal killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move. Obscured Heavenly Secret. P.S. Corrected all the typos and bugs in chapters 247 to 261. The bugs related to Heavenly Secret Gu would be explained in the following chapters. Normally speaking, they would be fixed first, followed by Chidian Zap. Other channels might not be able to change it. Pirated versions could not be fixed. Other than that, I recommend the book Ancestor of Body Cultivation. Cultivation is hard. The path is hard. The path of body cultivation is long. This is a story about body cultivation from nothing to something. It is a book written by a Silver Alliance master. He is one of us. If anyone is interested, go and support him. Chapter 2258. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. The jade-green water current was huge like a dragon, flowing rapidly on the surface of the sea. Several rank 6 Gu immortals chased after it. Quick! The water current is heading towards you. Watch me. Boom! The water current surged, creating waves that were over 100 feet tall. We blocked it. No, be careful. 2 rank 6 Gu immortals were engulfed by the waves. Damn it! The remaining Gu immortals used all their methods. Finally, this jade-green water current did not escape this sea area. When the time was up, a pure white light covered the surrounding 10 li of the sea. He Chunxiu showed himself and shouted as he raised his hand. Immediately, the sea surface started to move. After more than 10 breaths of time, a water path formation was completed. The core of the water path formation was a rank 7 water path immortal Gu. The main body was a batch of water path immortal materials that had already been expended. The jade-green water current turned into a whirlpool in the water path formation, continuously rotating and emitting splashing sounds. The rank 6 Gu immortals flew into the air. Seeing this, they cheered. He Chunxiu inspected it again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he let out a breath of air. At this point, the resource point of the long stream of emerald water was settled here. Jade-green water was a rank 7 immortal material. It had a famous characteristic. It would flow continuously and never stop. Fang Yuan created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and annexed the Righteous Qi Alliance. He forced Eastern Sea's Righteous Path to hand over a batch of water path resource points. This jade-green water was one of them. He Chunxiu was in charge of setting up the jade-green water. He set up an immortal formation and ordered the other rank 6 Gu immortals to trap this jade-green water and prevent it from escaping to other places. After several days of effort, The construction was finally completed. From now on, this resource point would not only produce jade green water, it could also be used as a water vein node. In the future, with further development, it might even form a long-flowing jade green water area. Splitting divine whirlpool, 7 treasures sea spring, underwater thousand-year profound ice island, clear water area, rolling bead reservoir. These last days, mini Eastern Sea has gained more than 10 water vein nodes. Only 3 more are needed to form a water vein. Just as He Chunqiu was thinking, a rank 6 Gu immortal respectfully asked, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" He Chunqiu waved his hand at them, immediately activating Time Path Killer moves to heal their injuries. "Go ahead," said He Chunqiu. The Gu immortals left gratefully. They were very busy. They needed to go around and resolve abnormal situations to stabilize the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. The tasks in the star-aligning palace could be said to be piled up like a mountain. He Chunqiu sighed again as he watched them leave in a hurry. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the sovereign immortal aperture faced 2 main problems. The first was that strange things were still happening frequently. The non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body was the root cause. The more Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture increased, the greater the trouble. After Feng Yuan ascended and passed the small primal chaos disaster, his refinement path Tao marks increased explosively. At the same time, they had been frantically building resource points. These resource points were also where Tao marks were gathered. The second problem was that the sovereign immortal aperture lacked manpower. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, more than 100 Gu immortals were sacrificed. A portion of them could not revive because of the small primal chaos disaster. One of them was the last generation combat beast king. Most of the remaining people had revived, but they only had Gu master cultivation level. The current situation was special. They could not let these people undergo immortal ascension quickly. Thus, looking at the current sovereign immortal aperture, the strongest people were He Chunqiu, Wu Shuai, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin. These rank 8 Gu immortals. He Chunqiu and Wu Shuai were the ones who constructed the resource points and set up the formations. Even though they did not cultivate formation path, they were Feng Yuan's clones. They had the same formation path attainment level. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do it. He Chunqiu had already entered the liver life formation several times. He had no time to rest. Maybe I should ask my main body to send a group of Merman Gu immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to deal with this? He Chunqiu thought. Compared to humans, variant humans were more reliant on Feng Yuan. They were less likely to betray him. At the same time, Mini Eastern Sea needed to move a large number of mermen. Compared to the other 4 mini regions, Mini Eastern Sea only had hairy men. The 3 continents were filled with vitality and people. The other places had almost no variant humans. They were too sparsely populated. The sovereign immortal aperture was managed by his clones and subordinates, while Feng Yuan's main body was guarding heaven form. Bam bam bam. Feng Yuan's metal rod continued to smash. This time, Feng Yuan's metal rod no longer had ice spikes. It was burning with intense flames. Heaven form gritted its teeth. It did not dare to make any sound. It curled up its body with all its strength. The frost that appeared on its body was shattered by the metal rod and melted by the intense flames. As the black and white heavens became more chaotic, heaven form became more and more unstable. But Feng Yuan still had energy to spare. He stabilized heaven form while activating obscured heavenly secret, practicing and comprehending it at the same time. The obscured heavenly secret killer move he was using now was the original version of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth did not have heavenly secret immortal goo. He used heavenly web goo as the core. It also expended a lot of heaven path immortal materials. After these heaven path immortal materials were expended, a new layer of heaven path Tao marks would appear all over Feng Yuan's body. It was like a fishing net. Whenever someone tried to deduce or investigate Feng Yuan, this fishing net made of heaven path Tao marks would change shape. The lines of the fishing net would bend and shrink. It would become unrecognizable in an instant. Thus, obscured heavenly secret's true effect is not to block all deductions. It is to mislead others and make them get the wrong conclusion. Feng Yuan had already realized the essence of this move. Once the heaven path Tao marks used to make the fishing net are expended, obscured heavenly secret will lose its effect. Conversely, the more heaven path immortal materials I expend, the more heaven path Tao marks I need to make the fishing net, the stronger and longer this obscured heavenly secret will be. From this, Feng Yuan saw hope of deceiving the two venerables. In theory, as long as he expended enough heaven path Tao marks, the two venerables would not discover his rank 9 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, Feng Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence storage had just reached 100. As long as he reached the minimum requirement, Feng Yuan would start refining the goo. Feng Yuan was in a hurry to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus because he knew that the best opportunity was now. Because the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended, the three venerables were familiar with each other. They did not have time to modify their methods. Thus, in a fight between venerables, Feng Yuan had a higher chance of winning. After all, he had more Tao marks than Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he missed this opportunity and the two venerables modified their methods, the result would be uncertain. Immortal essence storage is my weakness. If I do not use this chance to make up for this weakness, in the long term, my immortal essence storage will always be lower than the other two venerables. I will be restricted by this weakness forever. Feng Yuan knew that he needed to take a risk. Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal shouted. He stared with furious eyes. His gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven and looked at the 5 regions. Good. With the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks, I can see the luck of all living beings in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal first looked at Celestial Court. After a while, he looked at Eastern Sea, but he did not see Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal was shocked. He immediately searched and found a trace of luck in the black and white heavens. This luck was like a furnace. There were cracks on the surface of the furnace. There was very little firewood at the bottom of the furnace. There was an immortal crane inside the furnace that was like a cloud or mist. It seemed to be burning. Heaven form? At that instant, Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. He laughed heartily. He understood Feng Yuan's current situation. This heaven form killer move was left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. During the Fate War, Feng Yuan used it to invade Celestial Court. Now that the two heavens have fused, Heaven Form's foundation is not stable. It needs Feng Yuan to protect it at all times. This is a rank 9 killer move. It is no small matter. Feng Yuan is restrained here. It is the best time for me to attack. During the Fate War, Feng Yuan had already exposed Heaven Form. Longevity Heaven had cooperated with Feng Yuan many times before, so Giant Sun Immortal knew this information very well. After discovering this scene, this immortal venerable from Northern Plains immediately moved to attack Eastern Sea. He was decisive, direct, and swift to the extreme. In the black and white heavens, Feng Yuan sighed and smiled. He had just sensed Giant Sun Immortal's investigation. He deactivated obscured heavenly secret and probed Giant Sun Immortal. He actually lured Giant Sun Immortal to attack. Giant Sun is here. What about Star Constellation? A dark light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Chapter 2259. Eastern Sea. In the depths of icy sea area, in the pitch-black seabed, a huge iceberg filled the vision of 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals. Su Clan's 2 Immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. One was Su Chun, specialized in healing methods. The other was Su Mingwan, specialized in dark path. The 2 Gu Immortals were controlling a rank 7 Immortal Gu house. This Immortal Gu house was called Moving Pavilion. It was a rare strength path Immortal Gu house. The body of the house was like a pavilion. 8 thick blue-gold pillars supported the roof of the pavilion and the base of the platform. The blue-gold pillars were not straight. They were bent at an obvious angle. The 2 ends were buckled inwards, and the middle was extended outwards. The entire moving pavilion looked like a huge birdcage. The 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals were inside. Moving pavilion's surface was emitting a layer of deep blue light, blocking the vast seawater outside. Even so, the icy coldness still seeped in. After facing the iceberg for a while, the eyebrows and hair of the 2 Su Clan Gu Immortals were covered in a layer of frost. So cold, This is an iceberg made of thousand-year profound ice. Moving Pavilion's defense is lacking. We need to speed up. The two Sioux Clan Gu immortals communicated quickly, activating Moving Pavilion together and using a strength path method. Immediately, with a loud sound, a corner of the thousand-year profound ice mountain was broken by a formless force. It slowly floated towards the two Sioux Clan immortals. After reaching a certain distance, Su Chen immediately moved, placing this thousand-year profound ice into his immortal aperture. Bam bam bam. Moving Pavilion continued to exert force. Pieces of thousand-year profound ice were dismantled and sent into the two Sioux Clan immortals' immortal apertures. However, good times did not last long. A large group of ice-poisoned starfish were alarmed and charged over aggressively. The two Sioux Clan immortals immediately became nervous. I will lure them away. Hurry up. Hurry up. Su Chen immediately moved and flew out of the moving barrier pavilion. In this deep sea, even though he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, there was still a huge risk in luring away the ice-poisoned starfish group. Su Mingwan, who was guarding moving pavilion, was also not out of danger. Who knew what would be alarmed next? It was not easy to take the thousand-year profound ice. Even if a super force like Sioux Clan sent two rank 7 Gu immortals and an immortal Gu house that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals, it was still filled with danger. But there was nothing the Su family could do. After joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, the Su family was blackmailed by Feng Yuan, who demanded them to contribute water path resources. Feng Yuan had very high standards for water resources. At the very least, it could be used as a water vein node. Of course, the Su family had a lot of such resource points, but the Su family did not want to contribute them. These resource points were their own wealth. It just so happened that the Su clan was close to the icy stream sea, and there were abundant ice and snow immortal materials in the depths of this enormous sea. The Su family planned to mine the profound being here and contribute it to satisfy Feng Yuan's request. Faster, a little faster. Su Mingwan tried his best to speed up, but he still didn't have enough Millennium Mystic Ice. But without Su Chen, his efficiency inevitably dropped by a large margin. To make matters worse, the sharks at the bottom of the sea were alarmed and charged towards the moving barrier pavilion. Sigh. It seems like we can only retreat. Su Mingwan sighed deeply and felt helpless. This thousand-year-old profound ice mountain at the bottom of the sea was something that he had found with great difficulty. However, after this round of mining, the turbulence in the environment would trigger a chain reaction. The originally balanced and stable ecological layout would be broken. The beasts that resided here might start killing each other. Even if they didn't kill each other, they would be extremely vigilant. The slightest movement would cause the beasts to attack, and even more terrifying, it might cause a beast tide at the bottom of the sea. During this period of time, forcefully mining the Millennium Mystic Ice would be even more risky. It was best for Su Mingwan and Su Chen to leave this place and look for a suitable target elsewhere. However, just as Su Mingwan was about to retreat, an aura suddenly came from above the sea. Su Mingwan's expression changed drastically. This aura was so vast and majestic, mighty and majestic. The sharks that were charging over were instantly intimidated and fled in terror. Su Mingwan's face was filled with shock. This is the aura of a Venerable. At that moment, he felt as if a sun was shooting across the sea above his head. It's the giant sun immortal. He actually came to our East Sea. Su Mingwan's heart was in a mess, and he hurriedly reported this information to Su Chen. Su Chen was not far from him, and he was also shocked. Quick, inform First Supreme Elder of this information. Giant Sun Immortal seems to be heading towards our Su clan. Su Chen could not help but panic. Is the battle between two Venerables going to take place in our Su clan's territory? Su Mingwan was frightened by this thought. His face was pale as a sheet, without any blood. However, out of the two immortals' expectations, Giant Sun Immortal did not advance bravely. He slowed down and eventually stopped above the icy sea area. Next, Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura spread out even more wantonly, displaying a grand and domineering aura. The entire sky started to ripple with golden light. The golden light spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sensing the terrifying aura of a Venerable, almost all the underwater life forms fled in a frenzy. Because of this, the two Sioux clan immortals' predicament disappeared. But the two immortals did not have a trace of joy on their faces. They were suspicious. What is Giant Sun Immortal doing? Oh, Giant Sun has stopped at the ICC area. In the immemorial two heavens, Feng Yuan quickly investigated this situation. Giant Sun Immortal did not conceal his traces. It was as if he was using his actions to tell Feng Yuan, "I am here." Immemorial two heavens. As expected, he has stopped at the ICC area. Feng Yuan had a calm expression. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had recovered, his battle strength would not increase so quickly. After leaving Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's down marks were inferior to Feng Yuan's. Thus, for Giant Sun Immortal, even though he had found out about Feng Yuan's true strength, if he attacked Feng Yuan rashly, not only would it not benefit him, it would also benefit Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal chose to enter Eastern Sea. It was a wise choice. What he was doing now was to refine Eastern Sea's natural luck path downmarks. Once he refined all of Eastern Sea's luck path downmarks, Giant Sun Immortal would have the home field advantage when fighting in Eastern Sea. Even if Giant Sun Immortal was not in Eastern Sea, he could activate the killer move in the distant northern plains, and it would take effect in Eastern Sea. One could say that Giant Sun Immortal's action was like building a sentry tower in Feng Yuan's headquarters. Normally, it could investigate Eastern Sea's movements, and when necessary, the luck path downmarks could be activated to attack the entire Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan could not do anything to Giant Sun Immortal. He could not leave now, unless he gave up heaven form and went to Eastern Sea to chase away Giant Sun Immortal. This way, as long as Giant Sun Immortal retreated easily, Feng Yuan would lose a rank 9 killer move. If Giant Sun Immortal did not retreat and fought a battle of attrition with Feng Yuan's immortal essence reserves, which were already stretched thin, would run out. If they fought, Giant Sun Immortal would be at a disadvantage, but Feng Yuan would not be able to kill him. Regarding this situation, Feng Yuan had already expected it. Long ago, when the immemorial two heaven veins had just fused, Feng Yuan had already deduced the danger of heaven form. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this danger only appeared. In Feng Yuan's opinion, the situation was already very good. Heaven form's collapse was a huge problem. What Feng Yuan needed to do was to resolve this problem as much as possible and create an opportunity to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, he did not have enough immortal essence. It was not time for the refinement. Obscured heavenly secret could not be exposed in advance. When Giant Sun Immortal investigated Feng Yuan decisively canceled this move. For people like Feng Yuan, their own weaknesses and flaws could be used. Giant Sun Immortal's actions were already affected by him. Next was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Eastern Sea with her beautiful eyes. Giant Sun Immortal, she muttered. Giant Sun Immortal chose to stay in ICC area. This was a very peculiar location. ICC area was the western end of Eastern Sea. It was the closest place to Central Continent. Giant Sun Immortal refined Eastern Sea's luck path downmarks to threaten Central Continent. Giant Sun Immortal sensed Feng Yuan's problem and immediately took action. But he did not fight with Feng Yuan. It seems that his battle strength did not rise much. He is also guarding against me. Thoughts collided in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. If there were only Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable fighting, then Giant Sun Immortal would definitely go to the immemorial two heavens and fight with Feng Yuan. Because Giant Sun Immortal had abundant immortal essence, even though Feng Yuan's battle strength was higher, he could not kill him. A battle of attrition was very beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. After the battle of attrition, Feng Yuan's immortal essence storage would shrink drastically. He would not be able to display the advantage of Refinement Path Demon Venerable for a period of time. Rank 9 killer move Heaven Form might even be destroyed if he could not take care of it. But with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable by his side, the situation was different. If Giant Sun Immortal fought with Feng Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would benefit the most. Thus, from this point of view, star constellation Immortal Venerable's existence was actually helping Feng Yuan. Heaven form, star constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. This rank 9 killer move could not be left alive. During the Fate War, this killer move allowed Feng Yuan to enter Celestial Court. As long as Heaven form existed, Feng Yuan could enter any grotto heaven in the immemorial 2 heavens. This was a huge threat to Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. After thinking about it, star constellation Immortal Venerable had a plan. At the next moment, she communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and contacted Feng Yuan. Great love, Immortal Venerable. I want to ask you to refine some immortal goo. How about it? Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Within the immemorial 2 heavens, Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, taking the initiative to contact him, was within Feng Yuan's expectations. Feng Yuan understood star constellation Immortal Venerable's intention. He asked, "What immortal goo does star constellation Immortal Venerable want? And how do you want to deal with Giant Sun Immortal?" Star constellation Immortal Venerable answered, "I need star thought goo, star eyes goo, and permanence goo." Feng Yuan was silent for a moment. "Sure, but let me see your sincerity first." "All right, here is my sincerity." Before star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, she turned into a star rainbow and flew towards northern plains. Chapter 2260. Star constellation Immortal Venerable acted boldly and decisively. She flew all the way to the center of northern plains, where Imperial Court Blessed Land used to be. She did not attack any of the Huangjin tribes. Just like Giant Sun Immortal, she floated in the sky and started to refine the natural wisdom path Tao marks of the outside world of northern plains. At once, starlight shone and spread rapidly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven directly. It seemed that this was the best time to attack Longevity Heaven. After all, Giant Sun Immortal was in Eastern Sea. But the truth was, it would not be easy for star constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Longevity Heaven. A grotto heaven was stored in the void. Unless the Immortal Aperture's entrance was opened, outsiders could not enter easily. This was also the value of heaven form. Moreover, even if star constellation Immortal Venerable cleverly entered Longevity Heaven, she could not destroy this rank 9 grotto heaven in a short period of time. By then, Giant Sun Immortal would definitely return to defend and fight against star constellation Immortal Venerable. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would give up on attacking Feng Yuan, and star constellation Immortal Venerable would fight him. Not only would she get injured, she would also expend a lot of immortal essence. This was very advantageous to Feng Yuan. The 3 venerables were in a standoff. They were wary of each other. While thinking of ways to attack others, these venerables also had to protect their own development. This situation was very complicated. If they acted rashly and blindly, they would only be courting death. A sense of propriety was very important. Only by attacking at the right time could they slowly gain an advantage in this standoff between the 3 venerables. The 3 venerables understood this. Thus, their actions were filled with guesses of each other's thoughts. They judged the situation and reacted accordingly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had already calculated everything clearly. Her actions were the most advantageous to her. Firstly, Feng Yuan had to be weakened. This person was too shameless. He had no bottom line. In star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, in terms of battle strength, Feng Yuan was much more difficult to deal with than Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan's current situation was already very troublesome. Stabilizing heaven form would become increasingly difficult. Most of the Celestial Court's heaven path research results came from star constellation Immortal Venerable. She was very clear about this. Feng Yuan had to guard heaven form. He naturally had to expend immortal essence. As for his immortal essence reserves, he did not have much to begin with. And now, Giant Sun Immortal came to Eastern Sea and refined the luck path Tao marks there. This was a huge weakening to Feng Yuan. At the same time, star constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to raise a condition to Feng Yuan. It was called Transaction Immortal Gu. It was a way to weaken him. Secondly, the Giant Sun Immortal would also be weakened. Giant Sun Immortal had an advantage in immortal essence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this long ago. With this advantage, as long as star constellation Immortal Venerable did not interfere, giant sun immortals Dalmark refinement speed would forever surpass star constellation Immortal Venerable. Furthermore, for the entire force, the threat of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World was far greater than Eastern Seas Gu Immortal World. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had outstanding battle strength. They were brave and ruthless, but Eastern Seas Gu Immortals were different. Star constellation, giant sun immortal, who was in icy sea area, gritted his teeth. His expression was ugly. But he did not move. He continued to refine the luck path Dalmarks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven or the Huangjin tribes. This did not cross Giant Sun Immortal's bottom line. If Star constellation Immortal Venerable went against this bottom line, Giant Sun Immortal would definitely return and fight with Star constellation Immortal. There was no doubt about this. When a strong enemy tested their bottom line, they had to retaliate. Otherwise, if the enemy thought that they were weak and easy to bully, their future would only get worse. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not cross Giant Sun Immortal's bottom line. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a strong motive to return. So what if he went back? By then, even if Star constellation Immortal Venerable left, could Giant Sun Immortal chase her all the way to Celestial Court? Even if he chased her all the way to Celestial Court, could he fight with Star constellation Immortal Venerable? Wouldn't that benefit Feng Yuan? If Star constellation Immortal Venerable left and Giant Sun Immortal did not chase after her, instead returning to Eastern Sea, what would happen if Star constellation Immortal Venerable went to Northern Plains again? If this happened again and again, Giant Sun Immortal and Star constellation Immortal Venerable would advance and retreat. What was the point of going back and forth? Wouldn't traveling cost immortal essence? If Giant Sun Immortal did this, not only would he not refine many Eastern Sea Luck Path Dalmarks, he would even waste time and immortal essence. Wouldn't that be a joke? But Star constellation Immortal Venerable was different. Even if she advanced or retreated, she still had the immortal goo that Feng Yuan obtained. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal did not move at all. He continued to refine Eastern Sea's Luck Path Dalmarks. At this time, Feng Yuan took the initiative to find Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, why do we have to do this? We are both persecuted by Celestial Court. Celestial Court has the strongest foundation and Central Continent is the strongest force. This is obvious. Moreover, not long ago, Celestial Court announced that we are both demon venerables. We should work together to resist Celestial Court. Look at this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable is openly going to Northern Plains to refine the wisdom path Dalmarks there. She is clearly looking down on you. Feng Yuan persuaded, suggesting, why don't we make a transaction? I will pay you the immortal goo. You can go to Central Continent to refine the luck path Dalmarks there. Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily, replying, it seems that Feng Yuan also made a transaction with Star constellation Immortal Venerable. But now that the 5 regions are united and the regional walls are gone, not only can I refine Eastern Sea's luck path Dalmarks, I can also implicate Central Continent. If you want me to let Eastern Sea go, that will depend on how many immortal goo Feng Yuan is willing to pay. While Feng Yuan was bargaining with Giant Sun Immortal, Star constellation Immortal Venerable contacted him again. Feng Yuan, you have seen my sincerity. Now, it is your turn. Star constellation Immortal Venerable directly asked for immortal goo. Feng Yuan was silent for a while before sending permanence goo into jewel yellow skies. Speaking of which, this permanence goo originally belonged to Celestial Court. It was the loot that Feng Yuan obtained after destroying Celestial Court's immortal goo house, Eternal Yacht, in the River of Time. After Star constellation Immortal Venerable received permanence goo and inspected it, she heard Feng Yuan's new suggestion. If Star constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Longevity Heaven or any of the Huangjin tribes, he will pay more immortal goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. If I do that, I won't just have these 3 immortal goo. Her attitude was similar to Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan snorted coldly in his mind. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path Immortal Venerable after all. In this situation, she was the one with the most benefits. Feng Yuan's suggestion was only to stall for time and gain time to refine the immortal goo. As long as he could refine rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, it would be worth it even if he had to pay a bigger price. But now, the problem in front of Feng Yuan was that he did not have enough Immortal Essence. It seems that I need to speed up the Sovereign Immortal Aperture first. Feng Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's. It was extremely sharp. Heaven Form's body shuddered as he looked at it. Feng Yuan did not want to speed up the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow, but he had no other choice now. Not to mention that he had paid a huge price to obtain this opportunity. What worried Feng Yuan the most was that this was a rare opportunity. There might not be another opportunity like this once he missed this one. In the future, there might not be another chance. Now that the opportunity was here, he had to grab it. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Feng Yuan's Time Path clone, He Chunxiu, immediately took action, using Time Path killer moves. Killer moves were activated one after another. The violent water of the River of Time was drawn in and poured into the Year Essence Pool. Next, it was transported to the other Year Essence Pools. In the Time Path zones controlled by the Year Essence Pools, time accelerated rapidly. It was clearly faster than the surroundings. And this difference was getting bigger and clearer. After Feng Yuan became Venerable, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow did not differ much from the 5 regions. But now, this difference became clear. There was a huge hidden danger in doing this. The primal chaos disaster that was supposed to happen in 100 years could be shortened to 80 or 70 years now. Once Feng Yuan's primal chaos disaster arrived, it would be the best time for the other Venerables to attack him. He would be trapped both internally and externally. Feng Yuan had a resolute expression. He had made a choice in this aspect. As for whether this choice was worth it or not, it would depend on the future. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow increased by a huge margin. The Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence storage efficiency also rose steadily. In terms of Immortal Aperture management, it also benefited greatly. The 3 Venerables fell into a deadlock. Days passed. The 5 regions' Gu Immortals focused their attention on the 3 Venerables. Their motives and future plans were frequently discussed. He Chunxiu had used too many time path methods to speed up his Immortal Aperture. He was temporarily resting. Wu Shuai led a group of Gu Immortals to construct the first water vein. Feng Yuan found it increasingly difficult to stabilize Heaven Form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked Feng Yuan for a second Immortal Gu. Star Thought Gu, Star Eyes Gu. Feng Yuan hesitated before choosing Star Thought Gu for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move. Obscured Heavenly Secret. On this day, Feng Yuan finally activated his killer move. He started the refinement of Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. This time, Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move had been modified by Feng Yuan. He added in Mini Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Not only was its power greater, he could even control the range of Obscured Heavenly Secret to a certain extent. Feng Yuan was not stingy. He directly used 60% of the Heaven Path Immortal materials. Almost at the same time as Obscured Heavenly Secret was activated, the refinement of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture also started. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Wu Shuai, He Chunxiu, and nearly 10 Hairy Man Gu Immortals had a clear division of labor. They were waiting in formation. Such a terrifying formation was only used as a support. Feng Yuan's main body's divine sense was lingering around as he personally refined Gu. Rumble, jade light burst out like a surging river. The fragrance spread everywhere. It made people feel refreshed. This was just the first step, but a small elephant-sized Rank 9 Wood Path Immortal material was expended instantly. Every Rank 9 Immortal Gu was extraordinary. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital Gu. It was also a huge help to Feng Yuan. This was a huge variable. Thus, Feng Yuan soon felt his luck fluctuating intensely. Chapter 2261. With a thought in Feng Yuan's mind, the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Cooking Luck Pot activated. Feng Yuan diverted some of his attention to look above his head. He turned his Rank 9 Refinement Path Luck into a furnace. The furnace seemed to be made of clay. There were many cracks on the surface. It gave off a feeling of rough construction. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a small pile of firewood. It was burning with all its might. This meant that Feng Yuan had already used all of his immortal essence reserves. And in the furnace, there were 2 lumps of cloud mist that were entangled. One was an immortal crane cloud mist that was white in color with black specks. It was very similar to heaven form. This cloud mist was on the verge of collapsing, but every time it did, the furnace would emit heat and forcefully gather the mist again. The other cloud mist was slightly smaller. It was like a green lotus. The green lotus cloud mist was the exact opposite of the immortal crane cloud mist. The latter was on the verge of collapsing, while the former was too dense. Most of the furnace's heat was used to cook this green lotus cloud mist. It was like roasting a rock. The green lotus cloud mist was mostly condensed. Only a small portion had melted. It continued to spread and seeped into the cracks of the furnace, sinking to the bottom of the furnace as if it was going to take root. This furnace is rough and full of cracks. It means that my foundation is not stable. The sovereign immortal aperture still has hidden dangers. It has not gone through a chaotic disaster. There is a lot of room for improvement. The immortal crane cloud mist is heaven form. The green lotus cloud mist represents my refinement of heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. Where are the luck of the other venerables? Feng Yuan tried to check, but he could not see any luck outside the furnace. When he was rank 8, his luck was like a silver pillar of light. The luck of the 3 venerables turned into 3 lumps of clouds. But now that he was a refinement path venerable, he could not see the luck of the 3 venerables anymore. Feng Yuan knew the reason. Other than the 2 venerables' defensive and investigative methods, the main reason was that cooking luck pot's level was too low. It was only rank 8. It was already quite good that it could observe Feng Yuan's rank 9 luck. Of course, there were definitely some details that were not shown. It would be too difficult for the cooking luck pot to find out that the other 2 were entangled with Feng Yuan's providence. However, even if I can detect the entanglement of providence, I probably wouldn't dare to use it as evidence, Feng Yuan thought. Before the battle in the crazed demon cave, Feng Yuan had checked his luck several times. Now that he thought about it, the luck manifestation of star constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not wrong. The main reason was that back then, star constellation Immortal Venerable had 3 separate existences. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a normal state. They also did not cultivate luck path. As for the Giant Sun Immortal's Golden Cloud fate, it was clearly wrong. Giant Sun Immortal had used blood path methods to revive. Such an important point was not shown in his luck. At the same time, his combat system had an extremely terrifying after effect, which he did not reveal. The Golden Cloud Providence, representing the Giant Sun Immortal, was at a disadvantage most of the time. Giant Sun Immortal definitely used a luck path method to disguise his own luck and mislead Feng Yuan. He was Giant Sun Immortal. He had once cultivated luck path and was very familiar with cooking luck pot. It was not unthinkable for him to do this. Feng Yuan was planning to use obscured heavenly secret to deceive the other 2 venerables. In fact, Giant Sun Immortal had already done this before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, for Element's square regret blood refinement pool, gray flames were burning intensely. They were as large as a hill. Wood path immortal materials were thrown in one by one. They melted like candles. And at the bottom of the flames, there was a piece of 10,000-year profound ice. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was sealed inside the profound ice. The defending Goo Immortals had nervous expressions, but now that they had been refining Goo for more than 10 days, their expressions were filled with excitement and joy. All the immortal materials have melted. At this rate, the refinement will succeed in another 10 days or so. What an amazing Goo refinement method! On the surface, it seems to be fire refinement and ice refinement, but in truth, it is a perfect fusion of human isolation style and hairy man nature style Goo refinement profundity. There are still many crucial parts that are filled with mysteries. Even if we participated in the process and witnessed it personally, we cannot understand the reason behind it. Master is truly a refinement path venerable. The difference between us and Master is like the distance between heaven and earth. But right at this time, Feng Yuan's expression sank. Oh no, the Goo refinement is about to fail. An intense refinement path intuition instantly filled his heart. Fang Yuan did not doubt this judgment. He instantly knew the truth. There was a problem with the processing of the wood path immortal materials. These wood path immortal materials seemed to be fine, but in fact, every step had tiny flaws. These flaws accumulated until they reached a certain scale, destroying the entire refinement. There was no need to continue like this. Fang Yuan decisively gave the order to stop this goo refinement. What? Why did you stop it? Everything was perfect. Idiot. Since Master made a decision, it must be correct. Our strength is too small. How can we understand? We just need to listen to orders and act. In 4-element square regret blood refinement pool, the dozen or so goo immortals were flustered. They started to gradually stop the goo refinement. After spending close to a day and a night, under the full effort of Fang Yuan and the rest, the first refinement stopped on its own. The large amount of rank 9 immortal materials that were invested earlier were all wasted. The dozen or so goo immortals all had some light injuries. 4-element square regret blood refinement pool was also damaged. What made Fang Yuan's heart ache the most was the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence. And as the main person in charge of the immortal goo refinement, his injuries were the heaviest. Immortal killer move, refined self. Fang Yuan activated the killer move, refining many of the mixed wood path and refinement path Dao marks while rejoicing inwardly. Thankfully, I became a venerable and gained such a degree of refinement path intuition. I can even take the initiative in the process of refining rank 9 immortal goo. Initiative and passivity were two completely different concepts. Like this time, Fang Yuan had a premonition of failure and immediately stopped. By stopping, the losses he suffered were much smaller, and most importantly, he was prepared for it. His injuries were at the lowest point. Rank 9 immortal goo refinement was no small matter. If he did not have a premonition and suddenly failed, more than half of the dozen or so goo immortals would die on the spot. 4-element square regret blood refinement pool would likely be destroyed, or if they were lucky, a portion of them might survive. Fang Yuan's injuries would be even more severe. He would definitely be heavily injured on the spot. But now that he stopped, the loss of resources, goo immortals, and immortal goo houses were greatly restrained. The rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also preserved very well, without a trace of damage. Of course, this was also related to the refinement method that Fang Yuan had meticulously designed. In this refinement method, he had intentionally isolated the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus using the ice refinement method, only waiting for the final few steps to fuse it. If I can get some success Dao marks from infallible blessed land, that would be great. Or, if my wood path attainment level rises, my ability to sense and process wood path immortal materials would rise greatly. It would also be of great help to me now. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan had not been able to find out about infallible blessed land's success Dao marks until now. He was now a refinement path venerable. In theory, he was the #1 refinement path expert in the world. His refinement path supreme grandmaster attainment level allowed him to grasp all refinement path methods in the world. But infallible blessed land originated from the inheritance of hairy men. Even now, the celestial court had not been able to obtain this blessed land. They were very wary. Infallible Dao marks were too helpful to goo refinement. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, they contained refinement path profundities as well as extraordinary human path profundities. This could be deduced from the legends of Renzu. Precisely because of the human path profundities, Fang Yuan could not duplicate success Dao marks at the moment. He rested for now. As Fang Yuan healed his injuries, he stabilized heaven form while using investigative methods to observe the two venerables' movements. Giant Sun Immortal was in Icy Sea area, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deep in Northern Plains. They were both refining natural Dao marks. This is the best situation. For this, Fang Yuan was willing to pay more immortal goo. This was a necessary trade-off. But the two venerables cannot refine the natural Dao marks of the two regions. I do not have much time left. Fang Yuan had a clear idea. It was simple. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains were huge. They had a lot of natural Dao marks. Even the two venerables could not refine them in a short period of time. This was easy to understand. He just had to check the historical records and see how long the venerables took to roam the world. The two venerables are not limited by time. There is also immortal essence. These two do not have enough immortal essence. They will not be able to refine all the natural Tao marks. They will stop prematurely. After all, they still need to preserve some immortal essence in case of battles and accidents. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but grit his teeth. The failure of this Gu refinement was very disadvantageous to him. Because he did not fail at the early stage, but at the middle or late stage, he would have to start all over again. And the time left for Feng Yuan was very little. Feng Yuan estimated that he would only have one chance. No, one chance is too few. Experience has proven that even though I am a rank 9 refinement path venerable, the success rate of refining rank 9 immortal Gu is far lower than rank 8. It seems that I need to give it a try. Feng Yuan immediately ordered as he Chunqiu, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture, started to move again. Time path killer moves were activated one after another. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased again. But Feng Yuan had to pay an even greater price for this. Because the time path methods he used earlier were too short, the effect was almost negligible. To forcefully increase the immortal aperture's time flow, Feng Yuan used other time path killer moves. He Chunqiu's time path Tao marks were almost all expended. It could be said that Feng Yuan's time path clone was crippled. But in the current situation where spring-autumn cicada could not be used, it was not a big deal that the time path clone was crippled. After reorganizing everything, Feng Yuan started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus again, as if he was racing against time. Chapter 2262. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Quick! Replace me. I can't hold on for much longer. Let me. Huff huff. We finally survived another wave. Inside 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the assisting Gu immortals were breathing heavily. After the first failure, Feng Yuan had failed twice in a row. He did not lack rank 9 wood path immortal materials, but time was running out. This made Feng Yuan use a more radical method. He modified the Gu refinement steps. The rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus still had to be protected, but the previous steps had become simpler. Because of this, the immortal essence expenditure became more intense, and each step became more complicated. The assisting Gu immortals needed to use all their strength. Evidently, these Gu immortals had reached their limits. Feng Yuan's main body frowned deeply. Several days passed, the two venerables did not make a move, but the situation was getting worse for him. Not only was there no improvement in the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus refinement, the repair of heaven form had also become more difficult. The fusion of black and white heavens of the immemorial era had already reached its most intense moment. The sky above the 5 regions was completely black and white, and it was constantly changing. In some areas, it was day and night at times. The mortals, birds, and beasts were all terrified. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. The path of the vast sun had changed. Everything that stood in its way, be it the dark clouds or the army of soul beasts, was crushed to smithereens. Heaven form Crane cried out continuously. Feng Yuan used refinement path methods repeatedly, but could only alleviate its injuries. Heaven form Crane's injuries were accumulating. But Feng Yuan had also reached his limits. He could not modify heaven form any further. After all, he was secretly in charge of the rank 9 Immortal Gu refinement. The most important thing is still time. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are probably about to stop. Feng Yuan had already given the 3rd Star Eyes Immortal Gu to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, stabilizing her for some time. Furthermore, Feng Yuan had been negotiating with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. He was trying to stall for time with the proposal of trading Immortal Gu. During this period, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal also used investigative methods to investigate Feng Yuan's situation. Fortunately, obscured Heavenly Secret had good effects. It concealed the situation for Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan had expended a lot of his immortal elemental energy. His reserves were extremely low, and his combat power had dropped drastically. If the truth were to be exposed, it would definitely attract the joint attack of the two venerables. Hinterland of Northern Plains. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the black and white sky as bright light flashed in her eyes. It's about time. This is the most crucial moment of the fusion of the two heavenly veins, as well as the most intense moment. If Fang Yuan really survives it, heaven form might be preserved. But how is this possible? Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She suddenly moved, turning into a flash of starlight and vanishing. She flew all the way and soon returned to the crazed demon cave. With great familiarity, Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the ninth layer void. Spectral soul demon Venerable was trapped here. He saw Star constellation Immortal Venerable and roared furiously, attacking her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was prepared. She blocked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack while activating a method to create a tunnel. Star constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the tunnel while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after her. They arrived at the outside world of Northern Plains. What? Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal sensed something. Does Star constellation Immortal Venerable want to release Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and use him to slaughter Northern Plains living beings? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. He had already considered this possibility, but this was not Celestial Court style. Sure enough, Giant Sun Immortal guessed correctly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while fighting. She lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable all the way to the two heavens. Fang Yuan is in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal heaved a sigh of relief. He started to gloat. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you doing? Fang Yuan immediately used jewel yellow skies to interrogate her. He said in an angry tone, I just gave you 3 immortal goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Precisely so. Let me tell you a secret that no one knows about. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not want to create Soul Path. He wanted to create Killing Path. He was a destined person. He naturally had great luck and countless fortuitous encounters. Once, when he explored immemorial Black Heaven, do you know what he encountered? Star constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was subtle. Fang Yuan heard this and his expression sank. A thought appeared in his mind. This was not hard to guess. Firstly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition had always been abnormal. He had lost his humanity. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he even took the initiative to fill the hole in the fetal wall. Secondly, look at Star constellation Immortal Venerable's current actions. She spent so much effort to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the immemorial two heavens. It was clear that she wanted to harm Fang Yuan. But how could she harm Fang Yuan? Even though heaven form could only stay in immemorial white heaven and was on the verge of collapsing, it could still move around freely. Thus, in theory, Fang Yuan only needed to avoid fighting and use heaven form to move around to avoid Star constellation Immortal Venerable. By then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would lose his rationality. He would only target Star constellation Immortal Venerable. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable felt the greatest threat from Star constellation Immortal Venerable. But now, since Star constellation Immortal Venerable did this, she definitely had a method to make Spectral Soul Demon Venerable deal with Fang Yuan. Combined with Fang Yuan's current situation, there was a very likely answer. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable revealed the truth as expected. It seems that Fang Yuan has already guessed it. Back then, before Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he had already grasped food path methods. Once, when he was exploring immemorial Black Heaven, he unexpectedly encountered an immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul was very eager to create his own killing path. He saw a huge opportunity to create his own killing path from this heavenly spirit. Thus, he used food path methods to devour this immemorial Black Heaven heavenly spirit, fusing it with himself. Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Back then, since thieving heaven demon Venerable could encounter the natural heavenly spirit of White Heaven, why did he not encounter immemorial Black Heaven? It turned out that the Black Heaven heavenly spirit was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan, I will accept these 3 immortal goo. I need to return to Northern Plains and refine Wisdom Path Dao marks. I will leave spectral soul demon Venerable to you." After saying this, star constellation immortal Venerable turned around. Spectral soul demon Venerable saw that she was leaving, but he showed a hesitant expression. He stared at star constellation immortal Venerable's departing figure, but then turned to look at Feng Yuan's direction, as if there was something there that attracted him. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. Spectral soul demon Venerable was still above northern plains, but he sensed eastern seas heaven form killer move. Evidently, after devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, even if he did not comprehend killing path, he grasped many profundities and created soul path. Spectral soul demon Venerable was trapped in the 9th layer's void and could not sense it. He might not be able to sense it in the 5 regions, but in the immemorial 2 heavens, he could sense it clearly. Black Heaven's heavenly spirit and White Heaven's heavenly spirit are respectively responsible for immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. They are like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They hold the authority of the 2 heavens. Precisely because of this, heaven form, which uses White Heaven's heavenly spirit as the core, can sense the many grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. It can also help me infiltrate the celestial court. Now that the immemorial 2 heavens have fused, the Black Heaven and White Heaven spirits are also showing signs of fusing. No matter which side devours the other, their strength will soar. They will become the new core of the fused immemorial 2 heavens. All sorts of karma flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. On the other side, spectral soul demon Venerable had already made his decision. He seemed to be following his instincts as he charged towards Feng Yuan. His body was huge. He was no longer a human body, but he had true rank 9 cultivation level. He was extremely fast, especially when flying in Black Heaven. It was like teleportation. Feng Yuan sighed. Seeing that spectral soul demon Venerable was getting closer, he used heaven form and flew towards it resolutely. Sun. The sun was an existence of immemorial White Heaven. It countered Black Heaven's existence the most. After devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, spectral soul demon Venerable would undoubtedly be suppressed. Feng Yuan did not move around. Firstly, heaven form was not stable. It would crumble easily if it was too fast. Secondly, facing the sun was a suitable environment for heaven form. Thirdly, if Feng Yuan moved to another place and fought with spectral soul demon Venerable, the other 2 Venerables might find out and attack him. Feng Yuan's main goal was still to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. He wanted to stall for time and control the refinement process. Roar! Spectral soul demon Venerable started to chase after Feng Yuan. Countless black smoke, thousands of them shot towards Feng Yuan like chains. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He barely managed to divert his attention and destroy the black smoke chains. He increased his speed, getting closer to the sun. As the 2 got closer, the intense light and fire made Feng Yuan unable to open his eyes. If not for his defensive methods, he would have been turned into a human torch long ago. Spectral soul demon Venerable chased relentlessly. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast soul river. Countless soul spears flew out and even triggered layers of explosions. He used all sorts of methods to obstruct Feng Yuan, but halfway through, he was suppressed by the sun's radiance. When it reached Feng Yuan, it was quickly destroyed by Feng Yuan. Heaven form wailed continuously. Its voice became even more shrill. The closer it got to the sun, the more the surrounding light path and fire path downmarks, heaven form could not endure it anymore. I can't get any closer, otherwise, I won't be able to maintain heaven form. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only follow the direction of the sun, maintaining a certain distance from it. Spectral soul demon Venerable finally arrived, fighting against Feng Yuan head-on. Feng Yuan retreated as he fought. He had to defend heaven form while dealing with spectral soul demon Venerable. He also had to refine rank 9 immortal goo. The thoughts in his mind were decreasing rapidly. His immortal essence reserves were running low. The situation was dire. This could not go on. If they fought for real, he would be exposed. Obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it. A ruthless light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He was clear that the 2 Venerables were staring at him intensely. Heaven form, I can only sacrifice you. At the next moment, Fong Yuan activated obscured heavenly secret. But this time, the heaven path immortal material he expended was the core of heaven form. Immemorial white heaven's heavenly spirit. Heaven form wailed as it looked at its master in fear. Next, in a few breaths of time, it dissipated completely. A vast number of temporary heaven path Dao marks were added to Fong Yuan's body like a mountain. Spectral soul demon Venerable was furious. Fong Yuan destroyed heaven form in front of him, leaving nothing behind. At the next moment, a soul path killer move burst out. The attack was like a black tide that swept the sky. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and flew towards the sun. Chapter 2263. Immortal Killer Move. 7 Killings Rainbow. Fong Yuan pushed with his hand as a rainbow light shot out of his palm. Rumble. With a loud sound, the rainbow light expanded by dozens of times. It swept around like a heavenly pillar, clearing away the soul fog smoke. With a gap, Fong Yuan's speed rose as he successfully broke out of the soul fog smoke. At once, the blazing sun filled Fong Yuan's vision. The terrifying light and heat caused the soul fog smoke behind Fong Yuan to dissipate. Spectral soul demon Venerable roared in anger. He tore apart the thin soul fog smoke as he chased after it again. Still following me? A cold light flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. At the crucial moment, he sacrificed the white heavenly spirit. Without the burden of heaven form, he felt like he had gotten rid of a huge, invisible mountain. Earlier, he could not get close to the sun because of heaven form. But now, Fong Yuan had no more worries. He got close to the sun again. The terrifying white light almost blinded Fong Yuan's eyes. The temperature rose rapidly, even with 3 layers of defense. Fong Yuan found it hard to breathe. His body was covered in sweat. Spectral soul demon Venerable behind him activated a killer move again. Hundreds of arms resembled huge trees. The black smoke that surged out of his body quickly filled the surrounding several li. Spectral soul demon Venerable continued to close the distance between him and Fong Yuan with the rolling black smoke. You still want to use a battlefield killer move to restrain me? A look of surprise flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. He immediately made a move and easily destroyed the black smoke. Spectral soul demon Venerable suffered a backlash. His aura fell greatly. Most of Fong Yuan's attention was still on the sovereign immortal aperture. He had not forgotten about the matter of refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Honestly speaking, the current spectral soul demon Venerable gave Fong Yuan very little pressure. His mind was not clear. This was spectral soul demon Venerable's greatest weakness. Just like how he had followed his instincts and wanted to trap Fong Yuan with his battlefield killer move, it was too stupid. Fong Yuan easily broke through it, and he suffered a huge backlash instead. Earlier in Crazed Demon Cave, Fong Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, Paradise Earth, and the rest were trapped in the door of life and death. Spectral soul demon Venerable had incredible battle strength. But now, without the soul path environment of the door of life and death, the threat of spectral soul demon Venerable fell by several levels. Most importantly, spectral soul demon Venerable's condition is not good now. He must have paid a huge price to fix that hole in Crazed Demon Cave. It seems that the hole in the wall has already been repaired by spectral soul demon Venerable. Fong Yuan knew that if a hole appeared in the world of Gu cultivation, the heavenly Tao would use all sorts of methods to heal itself. However, because the primal chaos outside the world was constantly attacking, self-healing was extremely difficult. The larger the hole in the wall, the greater the difficulty. Back then, the loophole that thieving heaven demon Venerable created required the combined power of several Venerables to restrain. Limitless demon Venerable's hole at the center of the Crazed Demon Formation was the smallest. The Crazed Demon Formation continuously resisted the primal chaos and strictly controlled the size of the hole. Crazed Demon Cave was able to survive until now. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took the initiative to fix this hole. He used his foundation to resist the primal chaos attacks, giving the heavenly Tao enough time to heal him. It was not strange that the hole was fixed. If the hole still existed, according to the Celestial Court's standpoint, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not have lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable out. In fact, If the hole still existed, spectral soul demon Venerable would not have come out. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, he would have suppressed the hole with all his strength. It is a pity that ghostly concealment is ineffective, otherwise, I would have been able to escape from spectral soul demon Venerable easily. Fang Yuan had inherited one of thieving heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment. But this information was known to the Venerables long ago. Spectral soul demon Venerable, star constellation immortal Venerable, and even giant sun immortal had ways to deal with it. Ghostly concealment was created during thieving heaven's era. It has been 300,000 years since then. It is already outdated in the Venerable's eyes. Fang Yuan wanted to modify it, but unfortunately, his theft path and soul path attainment levels were not high enough. But even without ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan could still escape from spectral soul demon Venerable easily. At the next moment, he activated the battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. The killer move was activated. It enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body and quickly condensed into a point, storing it in the void. Spectral soul demon Venerable charged over and bombarded the area, but there was nothing he could do. He could only move back and forth on the spot while screaming in anger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Inside the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus with all his strength. This was probably his last chance. Inside 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, flames surged as the glaciers started to melt. Rank 9 immortal materials were thrown into the fire like cabbages. A golden red liquid droplet flowed out of the fire's heart. It was as thick as lava. The crimson lava droplet was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It slowly fell down and landed on heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Under Fang Yuan's full strength, the crimson lava droplet started to slowly seep into the surface of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, gradually dispersing. The assisting Gu immortals did not dare to breathe too loudly, because they knew that these were the final few steps, the most crucial moment. If they failed here, the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus would either be heavily injured or destroyed. Fang Yuan had disappeared. Almost at the same time that Fang Yuan entered the battlefield killer move, star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal used their strongest investigative methods. Under the protection of obscured heavenly secret, they only discovered that Fang Yuan had entered the battlefield killer move. They did not discover the truth behind the refinement. He used this move after all. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. If spectral soul demon Venerable had a clear mind, Fang Yuan would not do such a foolish thing. But with spectral soul demon Venerable's current state, it was wise for Fang Yuan to use this method to avoid it. He wants to use the sun to weaken spectral soul? Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Spectral soul demon Venerable stayed at the place where Fang Yuan had disappeared, but the sun was still moving forward. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal and suggested an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal could not help but feel moved. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not suggest attacking Fang Yuan. She targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable instead. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He had left the environment of the door of life and death. Even though he had Venerable cultivation level, he was the weakest. This was the best time to eliminate him. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable regained his consciousness in the future, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would have another chess piece. This was something the 3 Venerables did not want to see. Star constellation Immortal Venerable not only contacted Giant Sun Immortal, she also communicated with Fang Yuan. This old woman, she is truly scheming. Not only did she obtain Immortal Gu from me, she even refined Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks, destroying my Heaven Form killer move. She even wants to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. Once a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's methods were used, they were interconnected. It was hard for others to resist them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the strongest Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in history. Her methods and schemes made Fang Yuan and Giant Sun wary. However, Star constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion was very tempting. In Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current state, he had strength but low intelligence. He was the best prey. Normally, I would be moved. But now, refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is my priority. Fang Yuan thought of this and agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. If Fang Yuan did not make a move, it would be very suspicious. On one hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would think that Fang Yuan's immortal essence was low. The two venerables might attack together. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was hiding at the side. The other two venerables could not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They still had to guard against Fang Yuan taking advantage of the situation. At this time, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the sixth drop of lava had already seeped into Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion while contacting Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might have a deeper scheme. Don't forget, she had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is very likely that she will use our strength to weaken Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before controlling him again. Giant Sun Immortal quickly replied, Celestial Court is still very powerful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemes are also unfathomable. But we still have to try to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he recovers his consciousness in the future, it will be disadvantageous to us. Giant Sun Immortal also agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion, because this was beneficial to him as well. He had ample immortal essence now. If he fought, his immortal essence would be expended rapidly. This would stabilize his situation and even increase his advantage in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged into the two heavens, fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After a few rounds, under the constant urging of the two venerables, Fang Yuan had no choice but to cancel his battlefield killer move and reveal his main body, joining in the fight. There was no other way. If he did not go out, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would work together to break his battlefield killer move and force him out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan's battlefield killer move, but the other two venerables were different. Starlight shined brightly, golden light surged like a tide. Fang Yuan's totem killer move followed closely behind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked from all sides. He was in a pathetic state. Most of his hundreds of arms were broken. He retaliated fiercely. He spat out a vast soul river. Countless black soul lightning bolts exploded continuously. His main target was still Fang Yuan. If he annexes White Heavenly Spirit, his intelligence will rise greatly. Is that why he hates me so much? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, but he did not dodge. Because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had reached the final step, the 99th drop of lava landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, slowly seeping into it. Rumble. Fang Yuan's vision turned pitch black. He was surrounded by the wails and cries of aggrieved souls. Several layers of defensive killer moves shined with all sorts of radiance. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's 7 orifices. His soul was shaken intensely. What happened? Did I make a mistake? The two venerables retreated to the side. According to the situation earlier, Fang Yuan should have had some time to retreat. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other. They did not make a move. They would not save Fang Yuan, of course, but with conflicting Dao marks, if they attacked Fang Yuan, they would have to weaken the Soul Path attack first. Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack to gain some time. Boom! 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool erupted with a dazzling light. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully refined at this moment. Its rank 9 aura spread out like a tsunami, filling heaven and earth. Chapter 2264. Rank 3, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Goo. Rank 4, Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5, Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Above rank 5, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Goo obtained from Langya Sect was finally raised to rank 9 by Fang Yuan. This rank 9 Immortal Goo was a dark green lotus leaf. It had an enamel-like surface, smooth and glossy. At the center of this lotus leaf, there was a lotus bud. The lotus petals were pure white like jade. Without any flaws, they were pure and fresh, without any worldly aura. Once the rank 9 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus was refined, it activated on its own. The surrounding primeval energy was absorbed by it, turning into transparent dew droplets. These transparent dew droplets moved along the dark green enamel lotus leaf, accumulating and falling into the white jade flower bud at the center. The white jade flower bud silently absorbed these dew droplets, and at the tip of the flower bud, a hint of pink appeared. Fang Yuan had personally refined this immortal goo. He was very clear. The white jade flower bud would absorb more and more dew droplets before the flower bud's color would turn from white to pink and from pink to bright red. When the petals turned completely red, they would bloom and reveal the jade lotus seed pod inside. There were 81 lotus seeds in the jade lotus seed pod. Each lotus seed was yellow. They were all yellow apricot immortal essence. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was plucked, the blooming lotus would close up again. The bright red would fade and turn back into white jade petals. Next, it would absorb the transparent dew droplets, continuing the process of blooming and shrinking. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital Goo, ranked 6th on the Immortal Goo ranking. A series of related information flashed past Fang Yuan's mind, all proving the value of this immortal goo. But the truth was, Fang Yuan knew that Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus being ranked 6th was still an underestimation. Why was that? Before Fate Goo was destroyed, Venerables were invincible. They ruled an era. The two Venerables did not exist in the same world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. He had the most abundant immortal essence among the Venerables in history. However, this advantage was not fully reflected in his life. Because in his era, he was the only Venerable, he had no use for rank 9 immortal essence. Not having an opponent was the loneliness and regret of the strong. But it was different now. Fate Goo was destroyed. The three Venerables were in the same world. There might be other Venerables who could revive. Heavenly Essence Treasure Royal Lotus, in my hands, you will blossom with even more dazzling brilliance. Fang Yuan was delighted. With the results, the risk was worth it, even if he had to pay a terrifying price for it. After so many goo refinement failures, 30% of the rank 9 wood path immortal materials in Fang Yuan's storage were used up. The current crisis has not been completely resolved. Fang Yuan immediately calmed down. Around him, there was a dark soul river that surged endlessly. Break! Fang Yuan shouted, activating his killer move and breaking out of the encirclement like a meteor. Without refining his mind, he had a lot of energy left. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked again. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Fang Yuan, let's work together and attack him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reminded. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze was also fixed on Fang Yuan. He used luck path methods to investigate, as if he wanted to verify how much immortal essence Fang Yuan had. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His expression was ashen as he said in exasperation, "Are you bullying me because I am young? We agreed to work together, but I fell into a soul path attack. Not only did you two not help me, you even let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable go and watch the show? This is your cooperation?" Saying so, he activated a compound killer move that burst out with yellow-brown light, blocking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a while before smiling. Fang Yuan, you are mistaken. Even though we are working together, our Tao marks conflict. It will not be good if we fight casually. The moment she said that, she waved her hand. A large amount of stardust landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body, breaking several of his giant arms. Giant Sun Immortal also made a move. Golden light flashed like sand as he continued to whittle away at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. He sighed to himself. This obscured heavenly secret killer move was really effective. The situation earlier was very dangerous. As long as the two Venerables noticed something amiss with Fang Yuan, the two Venerables would immediately attack him. But at this time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were very low. It was very dangerous. If the two venerables attacked, Fang Yuan could only avoid them. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the white heavenly spirit, it was worth it in this aspect. Looking at all of Fang Yuan's methods, only this killer move, which expended the white heavenly spirit, could conceal it from the two venerables at such a close distance. But Fang Yuan did not know how long he could conceal it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted as he activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck, blocking Giant Sun Immortal's Golden Sand. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan destroyed the white heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hatred for him was too deep. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not attack forcefully. He flew towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The three venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They each occupied a position far away from each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were very fast. It was not difficult for them to get close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind. At the next moment, starlight gushed out of her mouth like a wave. The starlight wave moved around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body as meteors of all sizes flew out of the wave. In an instant, countless meteors flew around the battlefield. It was a dazzling sight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually had such a move. She could produce so many stardust in such a short period of time. Fang Yuan's heart shook. These stardust particles did not pose much threat to him. This was because he only needed to lightly rub it, and he would be able to refine the star mark, breaking the most exquisite and most torturous foundation of stardust attacks. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not do so. He was in a daze. He was continuously hit by the stardust particles. His body started to get damaged. He roared in anger as injuries accumulated all over his body. Good chance. Fang Yuan turned around and fought again. He unleashed a killer move. This was a refinement path method. The killer move let out a dazzling light that enveloped most of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Wherever the light shone, the soul beast's body started to melt. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. She shouted, "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" It turned out that even though Fang Yuan injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this refinement path killer move was also effective against star path Dao marks. The star marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accumulated after much effort were mostly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited from this disaster. He relaxed immediately. My mistake, my mistake." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. After a few rounds, Giant Sun Immortal also frowned. His tone was filled with anger. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Fang Yuan had an innocent expression. "Friends, I am working hard to hunt Spectral Soul Demon Venerable together with you. It is just that our Dao marks are conflicting. We lack coordination and teamwork. We will recover after a while." Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Fang Yuan was clearly doing this on purpose. He was like a troublemaker. He interfered with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's attacks. After a few more rounds, Giant Sun Immortal was furious. "Fang Yuan, that's enough. Those immemorial soul beasts that you released were completely countered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Now, they are easily eaten. His injuries have recovered by 30%. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "I did not know that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had such a method." Saying so, he released several more immemorial soul beasts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight as she stared at Fang Yuan. Her voice was cold as ice. "You are still releasing them?" Fang Yuan smiled plainly. "Star Constellation, don't be angry. I have used a method on these immemorial soul beasts. This is my scheme. Please watch carefully." Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal saw that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were recovering at a faster rate. His weakened mental energy was also recovering. Before the two Venerables could question him, Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "Ah, it seems that my attempt failed." Giant Sun Immortal was silent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was about to speak when Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "Both of you, block him for a while. I am going to prepare a ruthless method. Saying so, he flew into the sky, looking down at the battlefield. The two venerables looked at each other, blocking spectral soul demon Venerable at the same time. Feng Yuan prepared for a while. A fiery cloud formed above his head. Lava meteors fell down from the fiery cloud. These meteors were as large as mountains. They had long trails of smoke behind them as they crashed towards spectral soul demon Venerable. Spectral soul demon Venerable followed his instincts. He raised his head and roared, but he saw that the meteors flew across the sky. None of them hit him. There were hundreds or thousands of lava meteors. They flew across the battlefield and fell rapidly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned cold. Her gaze was like lightning as star constellation chessboard appeared above her head. A large number of chess pieces flew out of star constellation chessboard and struck these lava meteors, destroying them. Feng Yuan was confused. Star constellation, what are you doing? These lava meteors are of great use to me. I still have a trump card. Star constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. If I did not stop them, these lava meteors would have pierced the heavenly wind chi wall and landed in central continent. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Star constellation, if you want to kill a venerable, are you not willing to pay such a small price? If we were in the sky above Eastern Sea, I would not care about this. With your sincerity, do you think you can kill spectral soul demon Venerable? Star constellation Immortal Venerable stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, don't go overboard. Among the three of us, who has the least sincerity? Feng Yuan's expression was cold. Star constellation, am I someone who has no sincerity? In order to encircle and kill spectral soul demon Venerable, I gave you several star path immortal goo before losing heaven form. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were speechless. This was because Feng Yuan's scheming was not good enough. He was targeted and did not have enough strength to protect his rank 9 killer move. Now, from your tone, you want to make up for your losses from us? Impossible. Giant Sun Immortal spoke. Feng Yuan, this spectral soul demon Venerable is targeting you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and I are helping you by dealing with spectral soul demon Venerable. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Why would I need your help? He is just a mere spectral soul. I can deal with him easily. You can go back to Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven and watch as I fight with this spectral soul demon Venerable in Central Continent and Northern Plains, killing him in the end. It's just a specter. What's there to fear? Chapter 2265. Feng Yuan said as he let out more immemorial soul beasts. Spectral soul demon Venerable moved extremely quickly. He grabbed these immemorial soul beasts and devoured them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. Giant Sun Immortal's expression also turned dark. Feng Yuan had emphasized the words Central Continent and Northern Plains earlier. He was clearly using these two regions to threaten them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable suggested killing spectral soul demon Venerable. Regardless of her true motive, this was a good suggestion. But Feng Yuan attacked repeatedly. It was clear that he wanted to disturb the two venerables. He wanted to extort some things from them to make up for his huge losses. The two venerables snickered to themselves. They understood Feng Yuan's thoughts. If they were in Feng Yuan's shoes, they would do the same. After all, Feng Yuan was a newly advanced venerable. He did not have the foundation of the two venerables' previous life. He did not have enough immortal essence. He was far behind the two venerables. If he fought against spectral soul demon Venerable, he would face the greatest risk. Even if spectral soul demon Venerable was killed, in terms of looting, Feng Yuan would not be able to compete with the two venerables because of his low immortal essence reserves. In fact, if spectral soul demon Venerable was killed and Feng Yuan showed signs of running out of immortal essence, the two venerables would immediately attack him. In this situation, it was very disadvantageous for Feng Yuan. But for the two venerables? Star constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted secretly. Giant Sun, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence to guard heaven form. He is at his weakest now. You should know that he is a bigger threat than spectral soul demon Venerable. How about? Before star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, giant sun Immortal Venerable continued, "Why don't you attack first? I will attack later." Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. "Giant sun, your words are too insincere. Whoever attacked Feng Yuan first would be attacked by Feng Yuan." Giant sun Immortal made it sound nice, but if star constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, would giant sun Immortal still take action? He could not wait for star constellation Immortal Venerable and heaven refining demon Venerable to exhaust each other. Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to work with giant sun Immortal to deal with Feng Yuan. To be honest, she was even more afraid of Feng Yuan. Giant sun Immortal also wanted to kill Feng Yuan. Everyone knew that Feng Yuan's current immortal elemental energy reserves were the lowest. But how low was it exactly? This was something both Venerables wanted to figure out. According to the current investigation results, Feng Yuan still had some immortal essence reserves. No matter which side it was, if they wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, they would have to pay a huge price. Such a price was absolutely unacceptable under the circumstances of the confrontation between the three Venerable ones. The two Venerables working together was actually the best choice. But Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not trust each other. It could be said that they did not trust each other at all. These two Venerables were also worried that if Feng Yuan was forced into a corner, he would attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals would not attack mortals or Gu Masters. This was a very tasteless thing to do. Especially Venerables, they were even more prideful in this aspect. They would not attack casually. But according to Feng Yuan's bottom line and principles, he will definitely do this. The two Venerables had an unprecedented unified view on this. Giant Sun Immortal was known as a protective immortal venerable. How could he bear to see Feng Yuan slaughter his descendants? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second-generation immortal king of the Celestial Court. How could she watch as the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was destroyed by Feng Yuan? She would be a sinner of the Celestial Court. Thus, the two Venerables were hesitant. Sigh, it seems that Feng Yuan cannot be dealt with, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cannot be killed either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply in her heart. In that case, why waste time here? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the intention to retreat. So did Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal still had some resentment towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He transmitted secretly, "Star Constellation, if you really want to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to attack Feng Yuan, you should stall for time and make him expend more immortal essence to stabilize heaven form." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The fusion of the two heavens is intense and short. This is the most intense moment. It is also the most difficult time to maintain heaven form. Feng Yuan is a refinement path venerable. With his strength, he can defend heaven form while resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. To think that he is so decisive, he actually sacrificed the white heavenly spirit and this rank 9 killer move without hesitation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a regretful expression. She did not know the truth. Feng Yuan had already used his full strength back then. Secretly refining a rank 9 immortal Gu took up too much of his attention. Thus, he quickly gave up on heaven form. Giant Sun Immortal also sighed. "Star Constellation, do you still not understand? Even though Feng Yuan is a demonic path cultivator, he has always pursued stability. He seems to be taking risks, but he is actually very vigilant in his bones. He made many seemingly radical choices, but the main reason is because he is using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. He has a high chance of success." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She stopped communicating with Giant Sun Immortal, instead saying, "In that case, let's forget about this battle. We will meet again in the future." Saying so, she turned around and left without hesitation. Giant Sun Immortal smiled at Feng Yuan. They moved at almost the same time, leaving the battlefield. Feng Yuan purposely moved a step later. He was stunned for a moment before also retreating, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after him. Feng Yuan transmitted to the two Venerables. "You two left just like that? How can you still have the face to talk about sincerity?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is out of his mind. Are we just going to let him wreak havoc in the world and slaughter all living beings? You two are so ruthless and vicious. How can you be worthy of the title of Immortal Venerable? Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal heard this. They recalled the scenes of Feng Yuan making mistakes and healing spectral soul demon Venerable's injuries. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. She did not reply. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Feng Yuan, we underestimated you during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave and allowed you to succeed. But now, you need to deal with this properly. There is no need to say such words in the future. How can a competition between venerables be affected by words like this? If you say more, you will only show your cowardice and incompetence. Good, good, good. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, saying the word good 3 times before falling silent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had deep hatred towards Feng Yuan. Even though the 2 venerables had retreated, he still chased after Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan fought with him for a while before using the same tactic, using a battlefield killer move to conceal his traces. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his target, Feng Yuan. He could only roam around on the spot, roaring in anger and not leaving. Good. While Feng Yuan is trapped, it is time for me to refine Celestial Court's wisdom path Dalmarks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable returned to Celestial Court. Seeing this, she was very satisfied. Giant Sun Immortal was still on the way back to Northern Plains, he thought. In this battle between the 3 venerables, Feng Yuan suffered the greatest loss. Not only did he lose rank 9 heaven form, he also lost several immortal goo. His immortal essence was also expended. If not for his craftiness and saving Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would have been in a worse state. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had refined many of Northern Plains' wisdom path Dalmarks. The scale surpassed the luck path Dalmarks that Giant Sun Immortal refined in Central Continent. Because Giant Sun Immortal's main target this time was Feng Yuan's Eastern Sea, even though he refined some of Central Continent's luck path Dalmarks, the total amount was only half of what Star constellation Immortal Venerable refined. But Giant Sun Immortal was still not assured. After returning to Longevity Heaven, he used his luck path investigative method again. After a buzzing sound, Giant Sun Immortal first checked Star constellation Immortal Venerable's luck. It had increased slightly. He then looked at Feng Yuan's luck. It was still that broken cauldron from before. Giant Sun Immortal looked at his own luck. He frowned slightly. Even though my luck has increased, the threat of the outside world has increased by a lot. What is going on? Which side is this threat coming from? There were very few existences that could threaten venerables. Feng Yuan? That is unlikely. Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. The other venerables? Like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable and the others reviving? The most likely one is still the Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a lot of benefits this time. At the same time, the other 2 immortal venerables of the Celestial Court have not revived yet. It seems that the biggest enemy is still the Celestial Court. In comparison, even though Feng Yuan is a venerable, his foundation is too weak. In this contest of venerables, if we fall behind one step, we will always fall behind. In the future, we just have to maintain this advantage and guard against any methods that he uses to overtake us. Right now, among the venerable battle strength, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the lowest threat. Giant Sun Immortal could be said to be the strongest, especially in Longevity Heaven. Using his previous life's Dalmarks, he could inspect the situation of the other 2 venerables. Even Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not compare to him. But in the outside world, without the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dalmarks, even if Giant Sun Immortal used the same investigative method, it would not have such a great effect. Maybe I can try to attack the Celestial Court? Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had this thought. Once Star constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Dalmarks of the Celestial Court, she would receive a much greater amplification than Giant Sun Immortal. Because Star constellation Immortal Venerable had not only fused her own immortal aperture into the Celestial Court, all the wisdom path Gu immortals of the past had also contributed their immortal apertures into it. becoming a part of the celestial court. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head and got rid of this thought. Firstly, Giant Sun Immortal did not have heaven form. The luck path method that he used to enter the celestial court had already lost its effect. He could not enter the celestial court to wreak havoc. Secondly, now that he was fighting with star constellation Immortal Venerable in the celestial court, he would expend too much immortal essence. It would give Fang Yuan a chance to catch up. The three venerables are in a standoff. I cannot make a move easily. I can only wait for a situation like this to benefit. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He did not stay in longevity heaven for long. He returned to Northern Plains and started to refine Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not left yet. Fang Yuan was not anxious. I will show weakness for a while longer. I need to reassure the two venerables. I have to say, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is really useful. This was not the first time Fang Yuan sighed. Right now, the temporary heaven path Dao marks bestowed by obscured heavenly secret were still very dense. They were like layers of fishing nets that surrounded Fang Yuan's body. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus bloomed for the first time. Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence increased by 99 beads. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. His yellow apricot immortal essence was rapidly expended. He quickly activated a heaven path method. With this heaven path killer move, the truthful floating ice that he obtained from Crazed Demon Cave started to melt. P.S. I gained over 4,000 votes last month. I would like to thank everyone for their support. These two updates will decrease in the next few days. It will definitely happen before the 7th. If Accident Goo comes to visit, I will feed the responsibility Goo to it. Chapter 2266. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the blue and white truthful floating ice was shrinking inch by inch. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan obtained several truthful floating ice pieces. One of them was huge. Yellow apricot immortal essence beads were expended rapidly. At the same time, his heaven path Dao marks were increasing rapidly. Fang Yuan had more than 240,000 heaven path Dao marks to begin with. After clearing the truthful floating ice for 6 hours, his heaven path Dao marks increased by 60,000. On average, it was increasing by 20,000 every 2 hours. This was a considerable increase. But this was not the only gain. Fang Yuan's rule path, wisdom path, transformation path, strength path, earth path, wood path, and other paths were rising slowly. These paths correspond to Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. These venerables have all been to the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave and invested in it. No, it is not just this. After clearing the truthful floating ice for 16 hours, Fang Yuan found that the attainment levels of other paths were rising. It was just that the increase in other paths was small and almost undetectable. Only after a long period of time and accumulation to a certain extent would it become slightly more obvious. And among all the paths, the most obvious increase was still in Heaven Path attainment level. Fang Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was actually very weak. He had only been in contact with it for a short time. He did not cultivate for long either. The reason why he had any progress was because of the foundation of his predecessors. For example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Heaven's Worker Substitution Killer Move, and Limitless Demon Venerable created Unrestrained Heavenly Mark Killer Move. But after several days in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Heaven Path Dao marks increased to more than 1,200,000. His Heavenly Dao realm advanced rapidly from the ordinary level, breaking through to the Master level. Fang Yuan stopped for the moment. He had expended more than 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence. If not for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus blooming again, Fang Yuan would not have been able to hold on. I need to conserve some immortal essence in case of a fight between venerables. Fang Yuan pondered. Heaven Path Master attainment level gave him a comprehensive increase. Goo recipes and killer moves related to Heaven Path, as well as his understanding of Heaven Path, he gained a new and deeper understanding. The most important thing was the conflicting Tao marks. His intuition was not wrong. After he became a Heaven Pathmaster, he would be able to create a Tao mark rejection method and resolve the sovereign immortal aperture's predicament. The reason why the sovereign immortal aperture's abnormalities were occurring frequently was because the sovereign immortal body's Tao marks did not conflict with each other. It was too easy for them to fuse together. Once there was conflict, the sovereign immortal aperture would be at peace, and the people would be at peace. Feng Yuan immediately used wisdom path methods to deduce the relevant killer moves. Another few days passed. Feng Yuan stopped the battlefield killer move and quickly left the immemorial two heavens. Spectral soul demon Venerable stayed there for a long time before giving up. Now, he was rampaging through the immemorial two heavens, sometimes devouring the soul beast army, sometimes contending with the sun. Feng Yuan did not have heaven form. Spectral soul demon Venerable was far away. He could not sense it. Feng Yuan successfully returned to Donghai. After landing in the heart of Eastern Sea, he immediately started to refine the refinement path Tao marks in Eastern Sea's natural world. At once, profound light burst out. Rank 9 aura swept the surroundings like a tornado. All living beings fled in fear. Song Clan's Gu immortals were the first to be alarmed. They saw this and understood. Great Love Immortal Venerable was refining nature refinement path. Song Clan's first supreme elder quickly gathered the Gu immortals to discuss. He wanted to meet Feng Yuan and give him a huge gift. After all, Feng Yuan was currently in Song Clan's territory. But not long after, they received Wu Shuai's message. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's members are forbidden from harassing Great Love Immortal Venerable. Song Clan let out a sigh of relief, but also felt dejected. Feng Yuan refined the nature Tao marks while continuing to deduce Heaven Path killer moves. Not long after, he obtained results. Feng Yuan, however, was not very satisfied. This deduced Heaven Path killer move was similar to all of Paradise Earth's Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary killer moves. Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary killer moves could arrange Heaven Path Tao marks and restore the target to their normal state. It was the bane of battlefield killer moves. Feng Yuan's deduction took another step forward in terms of Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary. After activating it in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the environment of the Immortal Aperture would change towards the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The natural Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens naturally conflicted with each other. Thus, after the transformation, all sorts of Tao marks in Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture would also conflict with each other. After activating this killer move hundreds or thousands of times, my Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become like the 5 regions and 2 heavens. There will be no abnormalities, but this way, I will lose the advantage of non-conflicting Tao marks. The loss will be even greater. I will not be able to cultivate all paths. Feng Yuan could not accept this. Comparing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's advantage and abnormalities, the former was more important. Can't I just let different Tao marks reject each other according to my will? Or like the Time Path region, I can make Tao marks reject each other? Feng Yuan sighed internally. He had no idea what to think about in this regard. Maybe when his Heaven Path attainment reached Great Grandmaster, or even higher, would he be able to make a breakthrough in this aspect? Feng Yuan did not have the corresponding intuition this time. He could not say for sure. Speaking of which, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu is a human path rank 9 Immortal Gu. To deal with the current problem, maybe I should start from the human path aspect? A flash of inspiration appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He had a new direction. He found a way to resolve the problem from the Heaven Path aspect, but the price he had to pay was not something Feng Yuan could accept. Maybe human path could work? Back then, Spectral Soul sacrificed his 10 extreme physiques to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Speaking of human path research results, Feng Yuan thought of his clone that was trapped in Divine Emperor City. After Shanshang broke out of Divine Emperor City, he only brought back news of his clone. The clone was still hiding in Divine Emperor City. Shanshang is definitely one of the current human path experts. If I want to obtain human path research results from him, what price should I pay? Celestial Court. Oh, Feng Yuan has left for 2 days. He has returned to Eastern Sea and is refining natural Tao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable soon learned of Feng Yuan's movements. Even though he has the least immortal essence, he became venerable through refinement path. Refining Tao marks is his specialty. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was very concerned about Feng Yuan's efficiency in refining Tao marks. If Feng Yuan was too fast and efficient, she would have to mobilize Giant Sun Immortal to deal with Feng Yuan together. Otherwise, if Feng Yuan overtook them in this aspect, it would be very disadvantageous to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to care about Spectral Soul Demon Venerable for now. The confrontation between the three Venerables had reached a new level. The Venerable who refined more natural Tao marks would have a greater advantage. During the process of refining Tao marks, I can multitask and modify killer moves and combat systems. This will allow me to gain an advantage in the following Venerables: Star Eyes Gu, Star Thought Gu, Permanence Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at these three immortal Gu in her immortal aperture with a solemn gaze. Ever since she obtained them from Feng Yuan, she had already inspected them over 100 times without finding any problems. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable still had some doubts. After all, she was not a refinement path venerable. Even though she had achievements and attainment in refinement path, she could not compare to Feng Yuan. This was like comparing Feng Yuan's wisdom path to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They were not on the same level. In the previous life, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent close to 100 years to refine rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Not finding any problems does not mean that Feng Yuan did not tamper with it. But the possibility is very low. I still need to use these three immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to take a risk. She cultivated Wisdom Path primarily and Star Path secondarily. Her combat system was a fusion of these two paths. But currently, the Stardust Killer move that was an offensive method had already been broken by Feng Yuan. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to gain an advantage in the upcoming confrontation, she would need to modify it greatly. In this modified plan, Star Eyes Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Permanence Gu would all play a crucial role. Otherwise, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable make such a request to Feng Yuan? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal retracted his gaze from Eastern Sea. Next, I need to pay close attention to Feng Yuan's refinement path progress. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself while inspecting his immortal essence storage. He only had over 500 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence left. Refining natural Tao marks had expended a lot of yellow apricot immortal essence. Longevity Heaven could not produce immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal relied on his rank 9 immortal aperture. But this speed was not much slower than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Excluding Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, the two Venerable rebirths were actually on the same level as Feng Yuan. They had not passed the first chaotic disaster. Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation is extremely deep, far surpassing mine and star constellations. Thus, after a period of time, he will produce even more yellow apricot immortal essence. Also, he has a large number of Blood Path immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal's expression turned dark. He cultivated Luck Path primarily and Blood Path secondarily. He naturally needed a large number of Blood Path immortal Gu. But Feng Yuan actually refined many Blood Path immortal Gu. Even though most of them were rank 6, they were unique immortal Gu. This completely destroyed many of Giant Sun Immortal's beautiful plans. Earlier, when Feng Yuan guarded Heaven Form and negotiated with Giant Sun Immortal, he used these Blood Path immortal Gu as bargaining chips to bargain with Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extorted 3 immortal Gu from Feng Yuan, but Giant Sun Immortal did not get a single one. This caused Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to take it to heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knows that Feng Yuan has the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. As long as his refinement efficiency is higher, I will contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is unlikely that she will refuse to cooperate. By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I will work together to fight against Feng Yuan. While expending his immortal essence, we can also extort him. We need to obtain a few Blood Path immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal planned all sorts of plans. He did not know that Fang Yuan already had rank 9, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, so he was more wary of Celestial Court. But currently, he did not have a chance to make a move against Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's action of snatching Blood Path Immortal Goo also greatly hindered his Blood Path. Literature Library. Chapter 2267. 2 days mixed together. The sea surface was bright and dark at times. Sun and moon shined together. All beings were in chaos. The three venerables coexisted. This was an unprecedented chaotic situation. Tides rose and fell. Sea winds blew. Fang Yuan was sitting in the clouds. He slowly opened his eyes at this moment. He had been refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dalmarks for some time. Regarding this, he had some experience. At this moment, the refinement path Dalmarks he refined covered most of Song Clan's territory. He touched Poetic Emotion Sea area at the northwest and Ascending Heaven Plain at the southeast. All the refinement path Dalmarks in this area belonged to Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan did not need to close his eyes. He could sense many things related to refinement path. He had a clear understanding of the number and distribution of refinement path Dalmarks in this area. He could vaguely sense the locations of all sorts of refinement path goo materials deep in the sea, as well as the fish, prawns, and aquatic plants that contained refinement path Dalmarks. At this moment, Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. He needed to verify them. He willed and stopped refining Dalmarks, activating an investigative killer move. At the next moment, his gaze pierced through the sea. Thousands of li below the sea, he saw a huge fish. This fish was as large as a 5-story building. Its body was small at the front and large at the middle. It was like a giant shuttle. Its scales were black and gray in color. They were not smooth. They were rough to the touch, like sand. This was a sunken fish. It contained rule path and refinement path Dalmarks. The sunken fish was at least an ancient desolate beast, or even an immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan saw an immemorial desolate beast level sunken fish. The sunken fish had a special habit. It would swim to the surface of the water to breathe in fresh air every few years, thus it often drifted with the waves. And because of its weight, it continued to sink in the sea as it drifted with the waves. Whenever it started to swim to the surface with its own strength, the sunken fish's scales would fall off during this process. When the sunken fish breathed in fresh air, new scales would grow on its body. It would become motionless again, drifting with the waves as it continued to sink. These scales looked heavy, but were actually very light. Most of them would float on the water surface, and after a long time, the sunken fish's scales would wash to the beach and be picked up by goo masters, treating them as treasures. Blackfish scales were crucial goo materials to refine beauty goo and others. They had high value. In this respect, it is the same as the feathers of a wild goose. But to refine beauty immortal goo, I need to use immortal materials like the scales of a sunken fish and feathers of a fallen goose. When Fang Yuan saw this sunken fish, his lips curled into a smile. This was exactly the same as what he had sensed earlier. If I refine Qinyu's refinement path Dalmarks, what will happen? The refinement path Dalmarks that Fang Yuan refined were natural Dalmarks in the world, and did not include the Dalmarks of living beings like Qinyu. Fang Yuan immediately did it. He chose a refinement path killer move and modified it slightly, allowing him to forcefully refine this sunken fish from far away. The forceful refinement had just started when the lazy sunken fish seemed to have been electrocuted. It swung its tail and flew far away. It burst out with a speed that did not match its body size. Because of its huge body, it created a huge current in the sea. Where are you going? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, immediately using another method. Qinyu could not move at all. Its refinement path Dalmarks were forcefully refined by Fang Yuan. After the refinement, Fang Yuan's senses towards Qinyu became several times clearer. Fang Yuan released the restraints. Qinyu regained its freedom, but its mood was very low. It was mixed with fear, anger, numbness, and bitterness. As if it had encountered the greatest setback in its life, it could not face the rest of its life. What's going on? As Fang Yuan observed, he found that this sunken fish had started a hunger strike. Qinyu's food was not seaweed or fishes, it was sea mud. Every few years, its scales would degenerate into ordinary goo materials, or when most of its scales disappeared and it could no longer be protected, it would sink to the bottom of the sea and devour large amounts of sea mud. This immemorial sunken fish that was tortured by Feng Yuan had lost most of its scales. Normally, it should have sunk to the bottom of the sea and devoured the sea mud. Did it lose its desire to live because of my violence? Feng Yuan shook his head, using wisdom path methods. After some deductions, he understood. The sunken fish swallowed the sea mud to fill their stomachs and to produce new fish scales. And the source of its scales was the refinement path Tao marks on its body. Because of these refinement path Tao marks, it could digest the sea mud and absorb nutrients from it, turning it into thick immortal material scales. But now, its refinement path Tao marks were all refined by Feng Yuan. It lost this ability. Even though its scales were gone, it did not devour the sea mud. To verify his deduction, Feng Yuan used a food path killer move on this immemorial sunken fish. This immemorial sunken fish soon became hungry. This time, it started to devour the sea mud of its own accord. However, good times did not last long. The sea mud in its stomach quickly accumulated. It could not be digested quickly. If not for Feng Yuan stopping the food path killer move in time, the immemorial sunken fish would have died from eating too much sea mud and indigestion. Feng Yuan used a few simple methods to cripple an immemorial desolate beast. What if I return these Tao marks to it? Feng Yuan started to deduce again. Soon, he had a refinement path killer move as well as a wisdom path killer move. Feng Yuan first used a wisdom path killer move to strengthen the Chanyu's will and guide it. Next, Feng Yuan used a refinement path method to teach the Chenyu how to refine the refinement path Tao marks on its body. Not long after, the Chenyu regained its refinement path Tao marks. It regained its vigor, as if its gloomy life was lit up again. Its gloomy mood was swept away. The sea mud in its body was quickly digested and turned into immortal material scales. Feng Yuan nodded. This result perfectly proved his guess. Next, he refined the refinement path Tao marks on the immemorial sunken fish. Immemorial sunken fish. It showed numbness, fear, anger, bewilderment, and other complex and intense emotions. Feng Yuan used brute force to chase it far away. At the bottom of the sea, there were even fewer refinement path Tao marks. They were all refined by Feng Yuan. Thus, as Feng Yuan expected, his senses towards this immemorial sunken fish weakened greatly. And when Feng Yuan placed this immemorial sunken fish in an environment with more refinement path Tao marks, his senses towards it became clearer and more stable than when he first discovered it. Feng Yuan waved his hand. A huge amount of seawater exploded. All the refinement path Tao marks within 1 li were destroyed by Feng Yuan. In Feng Yuan's refinement path senses, this place became a small black hole. Feng Yuan stuffed the immemorial sunken fish into the black hole. At the next moment, he could not sense the existence of the immemorial sunken fish at all. This proves that my refinement path senses extend along the refinement path Tao marks. It is like a spider web to a spider. Feng Yuan's refinement path senses were only limited to the refinement path Tao marks that he had refined. These days, it was as if he had built a spider web in the heart of the East Sea. Whether it was him leaving the spider web or his marked prey entering a hole in the spider web, he could not sense them. This discovery made Feng Yuan very satisfied. Because Giant Sun Immortal had refined a portion of Eastern Sea's luck path Tao marks. But as long as Giant Sun Immortal did not come into contact with these luck path Tao marks personally, he would not be able to sense any luck path Tao marks. He would not be able to use them to do anything. Of course, I cannot exclude the possibility that Giant Sun Immortal has some immortal killer moves that can allow him to cross distances and come into contact with the refined luck path Tao marks in Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan reminded himself. After verifying many of his guesses, Feng Yuan gained a lot. He used the same trick again, returning all of the immemorial sunken fish's refinement path Tao marks to it. Next, he did not torture this fish. He allowed it to escape in fear. Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though refinement path Tao marks are scattered across the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are not evenly distributed. Some places are denser while others are sparse. For me, The denser the refinement path Dao marks, the better. This way, after I refine these refinement path Dao marks, my refinement path senses will become stronger. If I fight and refine Gu in this environment, my refinement path senses will be greatly amplified. What is this situation? Fang Yuan's expression changed. He suddenly sensed an intense refinement path fluctuation far away. Poetic emotion sea area. Fang Yuan immediately activated his investigative method. His gaze was sharp and penetrated everything. He found the source of the refinement path fluctuation at lightning speed. It was Song Yishe. Poetic emotion sea area was Song Yishe's territory. She had built a palace in a volcano at the bottom of the sea. Right now, she was in a secret cultivation room in the palace. Her clothes were taken off, revealing her fair and alluring figure. She activated a water path killer move that emitted endless water vapor. The water vapor soaked her body from head to toe, and her beautiful face appeared even more hazy and alluring in the mist. Fang Yuan realized, so that's it. He immediately recognized that Song Yishe was cultivating a water path defensive killer move. Eastern Sea's Song clan specialized in water path. They had their signature water path inheritance called flowing water. This inheritance contained undecaying flowing water, merciless flowing water, falling flowers flowing water, and other defensive methods. They were used to defend against poison path, wisdom path, and wood path. There was also carriage like flowing water used for movement. Thin water flowing continuously reduced immortal essence expenditure. Harmonious flowing goblets imitated food path effect. Flowing clouds flowing water was a supplementary killer move. Song Yishe should be using undecaying flowing water now. This move is a passive defensive method. Its essence is to carve water path Dao marks on the body. Once a poison path attack approaches, it will activate. In essence, this is also a Gu refinement. But the target of this Gu refinement is the Gu immortal's body. No wonder I sensed it. Fang Yuan realized. He inspected it carefully. His attainment level was high. He was a refinement path supreme grandmaster and water path great grandmaster. After looking at it for a while, he understood all of the profundities of undecaying flowing water. Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. This was a good chance. He had a new idea that needed to be verified. P.S. There will be an update at 8 p.m. tonight. Chapter 2268. Song Yishe cultivated for 6 hours. She finally stopped activating the killer move. She let out a breath of turbid air and opened her eyes. She saw that there was dense water vapor. It was indistinct, flowing from her arms to her calves before stopping at her chest. Song Yishe observed the scale of the water vapor. She was overjoyed. At this rate, I only need to cultivate for half a month to complete the defensive killer move uncorroded flowing water. Strange, why is the effect so obvious this time? Am I imagining things? Song Yishe shook her head. She inspected her immortal essence. She did not have enough immortal essence, and there were even fewer immortal yuan stones. Sigh. Celestial Court is the source of immortal yuan stones. Once it stopped distributing them, the entire market's immortal yuan stones shrank rapidly. And I have grandfather's secret support. If it were other Gu immortals, their lives would be even worse. Song Yishe sighed. If she had enough immortal yuan stones, she would use immortal yuan stones to replenish her immortal essence and continue cultivating uncorroded flowing water. But now, she had to slow down and let her immortal aperture origin core produce immortal essence. After it reaches a certain level, she would cultivate it. After cultivating uncorroded flowing water, I will need to cultivate emotionless flowing water. My clan's flowing water inheritance is our signature. It is famous in Eastern Sea. It is exceptional even in the 5 regions. Passive defensive methods are rare. Normally speaking, Gu immortals can only cultivate one. It is hard for them to cultivate multiple passive defensive methods. But my clan's flowing water inheritance is ingenious and unique. Because the core is the same, many passive defensive killer moves can be layered on top of each other. Song Yishe thought of this and felt a little proud. But soon, she extinguished this feeling. Sigh, I am still far from it. When I finish cultivating emotionless flowing water, I will undergo tribulation and advance to rank 7. The confrontation of 3 venerables, the fusion of 2 heavens, the 5 regions chaotic war might erupt tomorrow. Song Yishur was originally a genius, doted on by her grandfather and supported by her clan. She did not need to worry about cultivation resources. She was also one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea due to her beauty. But her carefree life was gone forever. The situation changed too quickly. Song Yishur's sense of security was completely gone. By now, all of Eastern Sea's righteous path superforces had sided with Feng Yuan. This was unimaginable in the past. The external pressure stimulated Song Yishur, causing this proud daughter of heaven to have a strong desire to cultivate. Especially a few days ago, Song Yishur's grandfather, Song Qi Yuan's letter, gave Song Yishur a different kind of stimulation. In the letter, Song Qi Yuan talked about a lot of things. At the end, he mentioned the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's order to choose a group of Merman Gu immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to cultivate. Even though Feng Yuan did not specify the ratio, the Gu immortals of the Merfolk Amals of the immortals, they were the most beautiful and the female Amals. Furthermore, Feng Yuan did not have a partner. He had been facing huge external pressure since he started cultivating. But now that he was venerable and could fight against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Song Qi Yuan followed this topic and talked about the Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, after the Giant Sun Immortal became a venerable, he recruited beauties from all over the world and set up 5 harems. Then, he mentioned the other venerables. Each of the 10 venerable ones had a partner. It was just a matter of how many they had. Even the unmarried star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have once fallen in love with a certain variant human Gu immortal. Song Qi Yuan vaguely suggested an idea. Of course, it was mostly to test his own granddaughter. If Great Love Immortal Venerable wants to choose a female companion, would Song Clan offer me to him? At first, Song Yishur was very angry. But after a few days, she calmed down and thought about it calmly. Grandpa wouldn't force me like that. He only mentioned the possibility. Everything depends on my will. However, if Great Love Immortal Venerable gives the order to gather beauties from all over the world like Giant Sun Immortal did in the past, how could I possibly escape? How can the Song family protect me? Song Yishur, who had always been proud like a swan, realized this and felt a sense of bitterness and helplessness. If that happens, I cannot implicate the clan that raised and nurtured me. Grandpa loves me so much and supports me. He even secretly gave me water where Immortal Gu. If not for this Immortal Gu, how could I modify my killer move and successfully cultivate the flowing water inheritance? And how can I repay him? Just because I am unwilling, I will bring disaster upon the Song family? How could I be so selfish? When Song Yishur thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. She followed this train of thought and pondered further. If Great Love Immortal Venerable had such thoughts, I would definitely offer myself for the sake of the clan. Then why wait until then? Why not go one step further and take the initiative to fight for it? By sacrificing me, if this succeeds, my Song clan will definitely prosper. Sigh, let's not think about this anymore. Feng Yuan did not know that his simple order was twisted by his subordinates after it was executed. Feng Yuan did not know about Song Yishur's complex thoughts. He was currently thinking about his gains from earlier. While Song Yishur was cultivating, Feng Yuan had secretly used the refinement path Dao marks in the surroundings of Poetic Emotion Sea area to amplify Song Yishur's cultivation. Feng Yuan gave it a slight try. It was like blowing at it. Song Yishur's cultivation progress rose by more than 10%. If I use my full strength, Song Yishur's cultivation efficiency will rise by dozens of times. She is cultivating water path. Because it is a passive defensive method, it is related to refinement path. If it is a proper Gu refinement method, my influence will be even deeper. This way, I can use refinement path to help others refine Gu. At the same time, I can sabotage them secretly. At least, without my permission, no one will be able to refine an immortal Gu in the refinement path Dao marks that I refined. This was quite terrifying. The fearsomeness of a venerable was evident in this aspect. Feng Yuan was overjoyed, but his heart was heavy. He had such influence in refinement path. Similarly, Giant Sun Immortal had the same influence in luck path. and star constellation Immortal Venerable had the same influence in wisdom path. If I refine all the refinement path Tao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens and monitor them at all times, as long as a Gu Immortal refines an immortal Gu, I can sabotage them. Can I make it so that only I can refine Gu freely in this world? Feng Yuan thought of this problem, but soon he shook his head. If Gu Immortals refined Gu in their immortal apertures, Feng Yuan would not be able to influence them. Because the immortal aperture was a world of its own, it was isolated from the outside world. But if Gu Immortals refined Gu outside, Feng Yuan could sense it and influence them. Throwing Song Yi-Shi to the back of his mind, Feng Yuan placed his attention on a certain coral group at the bottom of the sea. This coral group was rich in refinement path Gu materials. It was a natural refinement path resource point with high value. It had not been discovered yet. Feng Yuan pondered and researched it meticulously. He used a time path killer move to observe the process of this coral group's formation. Why did such a refinement path resource point form? Thousands of years ago, there was nothing here. However, a sunken fish had died here. The sunken fish's refinement path Tao marks and rule path Tao marks spread out, affecting the surrounding environment. Hundreds of years later, the sunken fish's corpse completely dissolved. The surrounding environment stabilized. Initially, all sorts of ordinary fishes and prawns came here in groups. Afterwards, medium and large-sized creatures migrated. The sea currents surged and washed away the seeds and corals. These slow changes happened after thousands of years, due to natural selection, fortuitous coincidences, and the evolution of time. The current situation was formed. Feng Yuan paid attention to the refinement path Tao marks of this coral group. Over the past thousands of years, the refinement path Tao marks here had been increasing and decreasing, fluctuating until it became like this. As long as I imitate the evolution of this refinement path Tao mark, with enough time, I can create such a refinement path resource point anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, there was a more convenient and common method. It was to directly set up a refinement path formation and expend refinement path immortal materials to create a coral resource point of the same material. But this method often required some immortal Gu and immortal essence to set up the formation. But the Tao mark layout that was formed naturally to create this refinement path resource point did not expend immortal essence or immortal Gu. In fact, Feng Yuan had been using the latter method to manage the sovereign immortal aperture. He set up large numbers of immortal formations to instantly create resource points. For example, the current earth vein nodes and water vein nodes were all distributed formations. These formations not only used immortal Gu, they also used the resource point as the core to set up the formation. This was very fast and required very little time, but the price was very high. As for natural evolution, the price was low. No immortal Gu was needed, immortal materials were accumulated bit by bit, but it required a lot of time. Regardless of which method, the two are essentially the same. They can be viewed as killer moves. Immortal formations were naturally killer moves, while the Tao mark layout that was formed naturally was a passive killer move. But this killer move was not used for defense, it was used to create an environment. Wait. Feng Yuan thought of divine concealment, ghostly concealment, and spaceless tunnel. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment formed a dense layer of Tao mark clothing on the soul. It was like silk, very tight. They did not expend immortal essence, they were passive defensive killer moves. And spaceless tunnel was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was used everywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens to shorten travel time. This was an immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago. It was still effective now. But now that the 2 heavens were mixed together, it had probably been destroyed. In essence, these killer moves are no different from coral resource points. Feng Yuan thought of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. This immortal Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. After using it, the Gu immortal's fortune rivaling heaven would no longer expend immortal essence. In essence, how was it different from coral resource points? Feng Yuan thought of the incomplete refinement sea. This was the refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth that land spirit of Langya tried his best to create. What is a secluded domain of heaven and earth? It is just the accumulation of Tao marks of a specific path. They form a special ability. Danghun Mountain produces Guts Gu. and Qian Kuan crystal wall reflects everything that happens in the world. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are extreme resource points. They are also the other side of goo worms and killer moves. So, all things are one. Chapter 2269. What is learned on paper is shallow. This matter needs to be done with practice. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Understanding the principle of all beings was one thing, but putting it into practice was another. Fang Yuan had completely comprehended the essence of divine concealment and ghostly concealment, but it was from refinement path. Because of his theft path attainment level, he could not modify ghostly concealment yet. He had the ability to create refinement path killer moves similar to divine concealment and ghostly concealment. But it was not easy. The price he had to pay was high. During this period of conflict between the three venerables, if Fang Yuan spent a lot of time and effort to deduce such a top-tier refinement path killer move, it would be too risky. The timing did not allow Fang Yuan to do so. However, the refinement path resource points in the 5 regions and 2 heavens had great reference value. Fang Yuan simplified them and extracted the true core. He could modify them into mature passive killer moves that could be used to manage the immortal aperture. Basically, these passive methods were very small in the total killer moves, but they were very valuable. The most common ones were passive defensive methods. Song Yishur had reason to be proud. Duke Long only had one. It was called 9 Lines Dragon Protection. As far as Fang Yuan knew, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not create more than 5 killer moves similar to Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment in his life. The creation of killer moves started from the experience of goo cultivators using many goo worms at the same time. Later on, goo cultivators discovered all sorts of innate abilities from the living beings in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They used them as reference and allowed killer moves to enter a period of rapid development. Until today, goo cultivators had already touched the ceiling of this world. For example, Duke Long created the Dragonman race. Land Spirit of Langia created a new secluded domain of heaven and earth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable modified soul beasts, turning soul path killer moves into Dao marks and engraving them into soul beasts, giving them new innate abilities. From these achievements, goo cultivators were already on par with heaven and earth. They controlled many extraordinary abilities of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable was even more outrageous. He made arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave, creating a hole in the world boundary and creating brand new heaven path Dao marks. This surpassed the entire goo cultivation world by a level. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining refinement path Dao marks from the outside world. The Supreme Martial Grandmaster realm, coupled with personal practice, allowed him to gain a lot. In conclusion, there were a vast number of refinement path Dao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They were not evenly distributed. Some places were sparse, some places were dense. These refinement path Dao marks were stable. It was hard for them to change. Under normal circumstances, their increase and decrease were very slow and required a long time. These refinement path Dao marks could be seen as the foundation of the world's refinement path foundation. On this basis, a large number of animals, plants, and non-living goo materials would be born. These animals, plants, and objects were related to refinement path. They were refinement path resources. Under normal circumstances, places with densely packed refinement path Dao marks would have relatively rich and high-end refinement path resources. In places where refinement path Dao marks were sparse, refinement path resources were sparse and lower-end. Refinement path Dao marks and all sorts of refinement path resources affected each other. For example, the coral group that Fang Yuan inspected earlier was a refinement path resource point. It originated from the death of an immemorial sunken fish thousands of years ago. The refinement path Dao marks on its body dissipated. A portion of it was left behind in the world. The Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined in refinement path were here. They were the foundation of the world's refinement path foundation. Refinement path resources were not included. The natural Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined were like a spider web. As long as Fang Yuan was inside, he could sense the refinement path activity in the spider web. This was refinement path sensation. Fang Yuan had a vague sense of refinement path resources. He could also sense the refinement path activities of goo cultivators. In places with densely packed refinement path Tao marks, the sensation would be stronger, more stable, and clearer. For example, he could find a small number of ordinary refinement path Gu materials. On the contrary, if the refinement path Tao marks were weaker, the refinement path sensation would be weaker. In this area, it was likely that only refinement path immortal materials could be sensed by Feng Yuan. If the spider web had a loophole, or if the Gu immortal was refining Gu in their immortal aperture, Feng Yuan would not be able to sense it. Using the refinement path Tao marks that he refined, Feng Yuan could use the refinement path aspect to influence all living beings and the environment within his range. For example, helping Song Yishe to cultivate, maintaining, and expanding the coral group and other refinement path resource points, or creating a passive top-tier refinement path killer move, similar to Spaceless Tunnel, that existed in the world. Purely using refinement path Tao marks to amplify one's own methods was only the most basic ability. From the perspective of refinement path, in the entire Gu cultivation world, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are an incomparably huge immortal material. This immortal material is all-encompassing. It contains the Tao marks of all paths. Even though I became a refinement path venerable, I can only refine a portion of this huge immortal material. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the other venerables are the same. A portion of the world can be owned and used by them. This is a Tao Lord. Other venerables can only be a Tao Lord at most, but I am different. I am special. Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. Tao marks did not conflict with each other. He cultivated all paths. The other venerables could only cultivate one path and one path. They could become venerables by cultivating their main path, while their supplementary paths were used as a method to compete. In theory, Feng Yuan could cultivate all paths and become a venerable of all paths. This was the reason why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable spent all his effort to create sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Feng Yuan's potential was unparalleled. He had unimaginable room for growth. The other venerables naturally know this. The reason why they did not kill me was because I displayed great battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew that they would have to pay a price to kill me. They would not be able to bear it. Feng Yuan did not continue to refine Tao marks. He decided to slow down. Even though Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus bloomed again in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, giving him close to 100 Immortal Yuan stones. Even though he had all sorts of refinement path methods that could raise his refinement path efficiency by several times, far surpassing other venerables. This was very normal. Refinement path was most proficient in this aspect. In terms of refinement path, he surpassed the 2 venerables in all aspects. This was the advantage of refinement path. But now, I cannot use this advantage. I should not agitate these 2 venerables, Feng Yuan thought. Once he displayed his advantage, the 2 venerables would definitely be shaken. They had thought that they had some advantage. Once they saw Feng Yuan refining Tao marks so quickly, they would not sit still. They would definitely work together to suppress Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was not afraid of being ganged up on. After all, he had a reserve of immortal essence now, even though it was not sufficient. But the 2 venerables could not deal with him immediately. As they fought, Feng Yuan would gain an advantage by relying on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. But there was no need for that. Thus, Feng Yuan's foundation was exposed, especially his obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move. It was not worth it. Blindly using one's advantage was one of life's greatest pitfalls. Feng Yuan knew the importance of judging the situation. Next, when I refine Tao marks, I need to slow down. The overall efficiency has to be similar to the 2 venerables. I also need to stop a few times in the middle to show that I have little immortal essence. Of course, I cannot show too much weakness. If I do, it will backfire and cause the 2 venerables to join forces to attack me. Feng Yuan was very experienced in this. He had a lot of life experience, especially in the 500 years of his previous life. After experiencing all sorts of failures and pain, this formless wealth had always been supporting him, silently getting rich. When I have to expose myself in the future, the 2 venerables' expressions will not be good. Feng Yuan used Cooking Luck Pot to check his luck. His luck was still in the shape of a furnace. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had observed it many times. He had some guesses. This should be because he was a refinement path venerable. The luck's shape could be fixed for a period of time. It would not change. The furnace's surface was still very rough. There were cracks, but the cracks had decreased by 2 or 3. This should be because the earth vein in the sovereign immortal aperture had already repaired the first ring. It was repairing the second ring, and the water vein had completed the first ring. These were the results of stabilizing his foundation. Compared to before, there was a huge change on the furnace's surface. Lotus flowers and lotus leaves had appeared. The green lotus and red flower pattern clearly corresponded to the rank 9 immortal goo, heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. This showed how important this immortal goo was to Fang Yuan. The pattern covered the periphery of the furnace. It extended to the bottom of the furnace, turning into several lotus roots. These lotus roots extended to the bottom of the furnace. Together with the firewood that represented immortal essence, they burned intensely. Compared to the weak flames earlier, the flames at the bottom of the furnace had expanded by several times. The improvement was obvious. The furnace did not have a lid. One could see the scene inside the furnace. The immortal crane smoke that represented heaven form, as well as the green stone that represented the refinement of heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus, had disappeared. Instead, a blue-white ice block appeared. It was evidently the truthful floating ice block. The blue-white ice block melted slowly in the furnace. It emitted an alluring light. This time, a large amount of reddish-brown sand appeared at the top of the furnace, floating like a cloud. The reddish-brown sand formed a small stream and slowly poured into the furnace. The red-brown sand was easily melted. It seeped into the furnace and repaired the cracks, turning the furnace from rough to smooth. This should be a comparison to my natural Dalmark refinement. If I were to refine path crazily, this red-brown sand would erupt and block my furnace. It would even attack the fire at the bottom of the furnace. This is the result of the two venerables working together to suppress me. Fang Yuan's luck inspection increased. Comparing it with his own situation, he gained more insights. Even though rank 8 cooking luck pot was not very suitable for Fang Yuan's current status, the secrets of luck path that it revealed reminded Fang Yuan that the most beneficial variables for him now were the Dalmark refinement and the development of heaven path. The Dalmark refinement has slowed down, but I need to secretly digest the truthful floating ice block. Right now, immortal essence is no longer a burden. It is a huge advantage instead. If I have immortal essence, I need to use it. I need to convert the resources I have into my foundation and strength. Venerables were one righteous path and one mystical path. Fang Yuan had already planned to use refinement path as the righteous path and heaven path as the mystical path. Refinement path was currently his main cultivation path, but refinement path was weak in terms of combat. Refinement path was not suited for offense. This was publicly acknowledged. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed another path to support his own battle strength. This path had very few people cultivating it. For example, painting path, it could catch the enemy off guard and make it hard for them to guard against it. Even though there were many paths, Fang Yuan did not have many choices. Considering his current situation, heaven path was definitely his first choice. There were very few goo cultivators who cultivated heaven path. The threshold was too high. Heaven path itself was very special. It had extraordinary potential and power. Refinement path was righteous. Heaven path was mystical. This was Fang Yuan's current cultivation plan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had given Fang Yuan the title of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It was actually quite appropriate. Chapter 2270. Subordinates greet Alliance Leader. A group of mermaid goo immortals had extremely respectful expressions as they knelt down at Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan looked around, feeling surprised. He found that these mermaid goo immortals were all female. They were either seductive, gentle, or cold. 2 of them had rank 7 cultivation level, while the other 4 were rank 6. Female immortals, huh? Fang Yuan muttered to himself. This was not good. He moved these mermaids into the sovereign immortal aperture to let them reproduce. There were no male mermaid goo immortals, but there were 6 female immortals. This was a situation where there were more females than males. However, Fang Yuan thought of the merman race. Females had higher status than males. Mermen chose saintesses, but never saints. Maybe the merman imperial court chose these female immortals without any female immortals. It was a way to express their respect to him. All of you are members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Now that you are in the sovereign immortal aperture, you are my people. Remember to follow the rules inside. Someone will inform you of the details later. Saying so, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. We will follow Alliance leader's instructions. The mermaid goo immortals quickly responded, entering the entrance obediently. At the next moment, their vision changed. They found themselves in a vast sky. Below them was a pure white cloud soil. Far away was a city that resembled a giant conch shell, shining with starlight. Did you look up earlier? No, I have never been so close to Lord Alliance Leader. I kept my head lowered. I mustered all my courage and took a peek when I entered the immortal aperture's entrance. Oh heavens, Lord Alliance Leader is truly too beautiful. Lord Alliance Leader has venerable cultivation level. He is so considerate of us variant humans, and most importantly, he is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful and gentle person. The two rank 6 mermaid goo immortals had a close relationship. They were talking excitedly to each other, showing their admiration and love for Fang Yuan. As for the remaining 2 rank 6 female immortals, they had solemn expressions and were in low spirits. Keep quiet. One of the leaders, Yuzi, was slightly unhappy. Lord Alliance Leader, you can actually criticize him? This is the sovereign immortal aperture. The female immortals lowered their heads. They did not speak. They communicated with their gazes, unable to conceal their excitement. The other leader, Lianku Xian, held Yuzi's hand, consoling her. Lianku Xian, Yuzi, and Xianing Si were the 3 leaders of the Merman Imperial Court. Now that Fang Yuan came to move the mermen into the sovereign immortal aperture, how could the Merman Imperial Court dare to refuse? The Merman Imperial Court received the order and held an urgent discussion for an entire day and night. Eventually, the Merman Imperial Court chose their 2 leaders, as well as the other 4 mermaid immortals with the most outstanding looks, and offered them to Fang Yuan. Because of this, 2 pairs of immortal companions were separated, and one of them was already discussing marriage. The Merman Imperial Court did not have any rank 8s. Their top 3 rank 7 battle strength were the 3 first supreme elders in power. They chose 2 of them. This showed their determination. They then removed the male immortals and chose the most beautiful female immortals. They were trying to get close to Fang Yuan and reach the top. This was not strange. Humans were the undisputed overlords. The Merman Imperial Court was used to living a lowly life. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and protected the Merman Imperial Court. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, his influence faded. The Merman Imperial Court frequently had marriage alliances with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path super forces. They also liked to recruit some Eastern Sea lone cultivator experts as son-in-law. The Merman Imperial Court had such a mindset. They benefited from Paradise Earth Venerable and were acknowledged by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that Fang Yuan was a venerable and controlled Eastern Sea, the Merman Imperial Court was not like the other human forces. They could not join Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They could only join Great Love Immortal Venerable, who was closest to variant humans. Thus, even though the 2 mermaid goo immortals were separated and felt some resentment, they were willing to sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of their clans. But the moment they met with Fang Yuan, they suffered a huge blow. The mermaid immortals knew about Fang Yuan's appearance, be it the Celestial Court or other missions. There were images of him. The mermaid immortals knew about Fang Yuan's beauty, but when they saw him personally, they were still deeply shocked by Fang Yuan's beauty. This was not just beauty in terms of appearance. He also had dense Tao marks. His every action had the aura of the great Tao. He exuded an extraordinary charm from deep within his bones. He had unparalleled magnanimity and aura. It was truly admirable. If it were Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, even though they had many Tao marks, they would not be as attractive as Fang Yuan. Because mermen had innate water path Tao marks, while Fang Yuan had more than 2 million water path Tao marks, there was a natural affinity between them. Yu Zi was one of the leaders. She was the Gu immortal who advocated sacrificing herself the most, using her beauty to join Feng Yuan. In the end, after she saw Feng Yuan personally, she was deeply shocked. She felt that compared to Feng Yuan, she was like a cloud compared to dirt. She felt inferior. Lianku Xian had been with Yu Zi for a long time. With her personal experience, she understood Yu Zi's unease. She held Yu Zi's hand and transmitted. No matter how beautiful Lord Feng Yuan is, he is still a man. As long as this does not change, we have hope. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Zi nodded slightly, trying to calm her mind. At this time, a hairy man Gu immortal flew over. Mermaid friends, I am 12th Hair. I have come to receive you. 12th Hair spoke. Yu Zi quickly smiled and said some pleasantries to 12th Hair, before giving Tang Qiong a look. Tang Qiong was a supreme elder of the Merman imperial court. She had yellow fish scales all over her body. She had a gentle and pleasant appearance. Her smile revealed dimples that made her look even more adorable. Although her status was lower than Yu Zi, Lianku Xian, and Xianing Si, she was second only to them. She was put in an important position by the three of them. She was busy with government affairs and had strong diplomatic skills. Tang Qiong received Yu Zi's signal and immediately walked forward, handing a shell to 12th Hair. 12th Hair saw that this shell was a rare rank 7 refinement path immortal material. He accepted it with a smile, his attitude becoming more enthusiastic. Everyone, please follow me. Your first stop is Star Collection City. This is the central area of the sovereign immortal aperture. The cloud soil that Star Collection City was on was not huge. The group of Gu immortals flew quickly and entered Star Collection City. Under 12th Hair's guidance, the mermaid Gu immortals stepped into the main hall and greeted the person in charge. This Gu immortal in charge of the main hall was also a woman. She cultivated sound path. Her rank 8 aura filled the hall. She wore a pink palace dress. Her eye sockets were deeper than normal people. Her nose bridge was tall. Her eyes were mesmerizing. It was Fairy Miao Yin. The mermaids paid their respects. Fairy Miao Yin sat on a high seat. Looking down at these Gu immortals with a solemn expression, she said, "You have just arrived. You need to know the rules of our sovereign immortal aperture. You need to abide by them for life. This sovereign immortal aperture does not support idlers. Whether it's you or the status of the Merfolk clan, you've all relied on your own hard work to obtain it. The contribution board has been calculated clearly. It is clear at a glance. Cheating is the worst. Do you understand?" "Yes, we will definitely follow Lady Miao Yin's instructions." The mermaids lowered their heads and replied. Fairy Miao Yin nodded slightly, looking at 12th Hair. "Since you accepted the mission of guiding the mermaid Gu immortals, you will lead them around and familiarize them with Star Collection City's arrangements." Saying so, Fairy Miao Yin waved her hand. Dozens of Gu worms flew out. 12th Hair acknowledged and took all of these Gu worms, saying to the mermaid immortals, "Please follow me." The mermaid immortals took their leave. After following 12th Hair out of the main hall, they let out sighs of relief. This Fairy Miao Yin was originally a rank 7 Gu immortal in southern border, but after following Great Love Immortal Venerable, her cultivation level rose to rank 8. Her tone is unfriendly. She must have seen through our plans, so she is trying to warn us. Lianku Xian and Yu Zi conversed secretly. On the other side, Tang Qiong was carefully asking 12th Hair about Fairy Miao Yin's identity. Was she the city lord of Star Collection City? Before coming here, the Merman Imperial Court had made many preparations. Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and other famous subordinates of Feng Yuan had prepared gifts for them. But Tang Qiong could not bring out the atmosphere in the hall earlier. 12th Hair shook his head. Originally, Star Collection City Lord was the old combat beast king, but he died in the tribulation. Right now, Star Collection City is guarded by Miao Yin, White Rabbit, Wu Shuai, Qi Si, and other rank 8s. Hearing this, the mermaid Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that Fairy Miao Yin was not the true Star Collection City Lord. She did not have much authority. Yu Zi's eyes brightened. She thought about how they rarely interacted with Feng Yuan's main body, but Feng Yuan's clone was in the sovereign immortal aperture. If they could have a close relationship with the clone, they would have achieved their goal. The mermaid immortals followed 12th Hair to the square in Star Collection City. In the square, There were 3 huge pillars. There were countless words floating on the surface of the pillars, forming 3 boards. Before the mermaid immortals could take a closer look, 12th Hair distributed goo worms. These goo worms were given to 12th Hair by Fairy Meow-een in the main hall. Each mermaid goo immortal got 5. They were all rank 5 mortal goo. The mermaid immortals were very familiar with 3 of the goo worms. They knew that they corresponded to the contribution board, mission board, and exchange board. Fang Yuan's 3 boards were not just in the sovereign immortal aperture, be it the variant human alliance or the righteous Qi alliance, they were all set up. Thus, the mermaid immortals knew. 12th Hair said, "You will be living in the sovereign immortal aperture from now on. It will be different from before. From now on, unless Master gives the order, you will not have a chance to leave." You can take a good look at these 3 boards now. These are our internal boards. The ones in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance are external boards. There are many differences between the 2. Right now, be it the Righteous Qi Alliance or the Variant Human Alliance, they had both merged into the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. As the 2 sides fought against each other, they became a single force. They had complex feelings. But with Venerable Fang Yuan's cultivation level, who cared if it was sweet or not? It had to be sweet. Chapter 2271. In the past 2 days, Gu Dao Master has been going through all channels. Thank you to the Editor-in-Chief, and thank you to the editor, Yulong, thank you to Qidian, and thank you to all the readers, friends, and brothers and sisters who have supported this book. I don't know who said, the dream of a web novel is probably these 2. One is to sell the IP copyright, and the other is to recommend it through all channels. Time passed quite quickly. Quietly, the book of Gu Dao Master has already exceeded 7 million words. To be honest, according to my outline, it should end at 5 million words. When I wrote 5 million words, I felt, 6 million words should be enough to finish the book. When I wrote 6 million words, I felt, 5 million words should be enough to finish the book. Then I wrote 5 million words. What's going on? Why is there still so much to express? Therefore, there were several announcements of the book's completion, but they all failed. Now that I wrote 7 million words, I feel that estimating when the book will be completed is meaningless. Because I have never calculated correctly. I'd better not give up. Holding my head, when I wrote 7 million words, I feel that the entire book is still under my control. Although the outline has been revised countless times, crying, the book's results are getting better and better. This is really unexpected. I remember that when I first wrote the book, I wrote it purely with the interest of getting 0 royalties. To be honest, it's still rare to write a book with better results after writing 7 million words. It's all thanks to everyone. I'm bowing to thank everyone for their support. I also hope that more and more readers will be able to support the original version. After all, it's 6 years of hard work. Gu Dao Master has entered the later stage, and the true theme of this book will gradually become prominent. I think it will be quite exciting. In addition, I will open another batch of character columns tonight. Everyone can like the characters they like and upload pictures. I will closely communicate with the manga reshuffle for these uploaded character pictures. It is very likely that the character images of the Gu Dao Master comic will be closer to the direction that everyone approves of. Gu Dao Master's comic has been updated to The Devil Walks in the Light. The first part was Fang Yuan's dismemberment as a gift. I took a look, and the scale is quite large. Fang Yuan dragged the whole body all the way with blood, and then put it into a box as a gift. The person in charge of the Venomous Gu Master's manga reorganization was truly courting death. He was frantically rubbing against the edge of the river crab, probing back and forth. To be honest, it was rare to see a manga that could be restored to such an extent. If everyone is interested, you can go and take a look. If you have any comments, you can bring them up directly to the comics department, or you can respond to us. I will try my best to communicate with the comics department. Now that I'm reading comics and seeing Gu Fang Yuan of Qingmao Mountain, I feel somewhat emotional. Unknowingly, we have already walked so far. Oh, how to read Venerable Gu's manga. It was very simple. First, search for Tencent Comics. After entering, search for Venomous Insect Master. Click on it and look. If mobile users wanted to watch it, they could download the Tencent animation app. Click. Enter. Search for Venerable Goo. Click. Look. Oh, there's more. If everyone had switched over to support from this side, there was no harm in leaving some bullet screen comments to identify themselves and see how many people there were on their side. But please don't be a spoiler. Chapter 2272. Star Collection City Square. UZ and Lianku Xin looked at the contribution board at the same time. The contribution board had great reference value. Whoever was at the top was an important official, a capable subordinate of Feng Yuan. They were also people that mermaid immortals needed to befriend. Looking at the contribution board, they could roughly understand the situation of Feng Yuan's subordinates. They would have a clear understanding of them. Then, the two of them saw the first name on the contribution list, Sixth Hair. A hairy man? There is a huge gap between this person's contribution points and the second places. No one will be able to catch up to him in a short period of time. Even though UZ and Lianku Xin had just arrived, they could feel that Sixth Hair's accumulation of contribution points was extraordinary. Starting from second place, the difference in contribution points is not big. UZ and Lianku Xin soon saw some familiar names in the top 10. For example, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, Emo Tan Sang, Shui Air, Shi Chang, and others. What made UZ and Lianku Xin pay attention to was that there was a strange name in the top 10. Land Spirit of Langya? Could it be Langya Blessed Land's Land Spirit? Land spirits can also enter the ranking? This shows that Lord Feng Yuan is truly magnanimous. He treats humans, variant humans, and land spirits equally. Most of the top 10 on the contribution board were variant human goo immortals. The political significance of this made the two former rulers of the Merman imperial court feel satisfied. They even felt a sense of excitement. They also saw 12th Hair's contribution points. 12th Hair was at the 18th place. The 19th place was the Black Hound Land Spirit. But at the next moment, the 19th place Black Hound Land Spirit suddenly rose up and pushed 12th Hair down. 12th Hair also noticed this. He coughed awkwardly and explained with a slightly envious tone. This Black Hound Land Spirit is really lucky. Right now, the two heavens are fusing. Remnant heavenly dogs and heaven-swallowing dogs escaped in large numbers and were captured by goo immortals. Our sovereign immortal Aperture took in a group of them. Currently, these dogs are being taken care of by the Black Hound Land Spirit. After they are healed and inspected, they will be released into Mini White Heaven. The Black Hound Land Spirit obtained a large number of contribution points because of this. UZ and Lian Kursen nodded and thought to themselves, actually, you don't need to explain too much. We don't care how you were overtaken by a land spirit. They were concerned about Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and most importantly, the snowman goo immortal Shui Air. Because Bing Yuan had once bragged about Shui'er in the Outsider Grand Alliance, the news that she was Feng Yuan's fiancée had spread far and wide. The Righteous Alliance, which had once been a hostile faction, was gathering intelligence on this matter. Thus, the mermaid immortals all knew about this. However, just as they were about to inquire about these key figures in detail, a cry of surprise came from beside them. UZ frowned slightly again. Just when she was about to berate, the other four mermaid immortals said together, "Leaders, quickly look at this exchange list." UZ and Lianku Xion's attention couldn't help but be drawn over. When they looked carefully, their pupils dilated and revealed shocked expressions. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal exchange list was indeed different from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's external list. There were too many good things. UZ and Lianku Xian felt their heads go dizzy. The list was filled with goo worms of all paths. There were many rare and extinct mortal goo, and there were more than 1,000 immortal goo that could be exchanged from rank 6 to rank 8. There were countless immortal goo recipes, immortal materials, immortal killer moves, hundreds and thousands of immortal goo houses, and immortal inheritances. UZ and Lianku Xian stared with wide eyes. This is the inheritance of the Water Path great expert Changguan Shui. He cultivated Information Path and Water Path as his main path. He had the killer move Water chapter. He was famous in history. This is the inheritance of our merman expert third princess. She was one of the strongest merman experts of the remote antiquity era. She had resisted primordial origin immortal Venerable many times. She created a water path rank 8 immortal material, Great Water. It has been lost for a long time. To think that we would see it here. Yu Zi and Lian Ku Xian's hearts palpitated. Fang Yuan promoted himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. He was openly selling immortal goo in jewel yellow skies. The mermaid immortals knew the price. Even though the price was fair, it could not compare to this place. We can use contribution points to exchange for everything on the exchange board. This is much easier than trading in jewel yellow skies in the outer board. What did I just see? We can even request for Lord Fang Yuan to personally protect us during our tribulations. As expected of, Great Love Immortal Venerable. Yu Zi and Lian Ku Xian unconsciously licked their lips. Their desire for contribution points became unprecedentedly strong. They and the other 4 female immortals turned their burning gazes towards the mission board at the same time. Evidently, if they wanted the resources on the exchange board, they needed contribution points. And the source of contribution points was missions. There were many missions on the contribution board. In mini Purple Heaven, a large number of ancient chaotic heavenly eagles mysteriously became immemorial desolate beasts to investigate the truth. Kokita Hara's dog feces piled up into a mountain, polluting Hanjiao. A divine detective went to investigate the cause of the dog feces and got rid of them. Many Eastern Seas dragon scale sea area flowed backwards. Large amounts of seawater flew into mini 9 heavens to repair the immortal formation and rebuild dragon scale sea area. Inkman City Lord Imo Tan Sang got pregnant out of nowhere. He asked an expert for an abortion. The mermaid immortals looked at the mission board and fell into deep thought. There were more missions than they could imagine. Under normal circumstances, most Gu immortals' immortal apertures would have good weather. They would need to be rebuilt after undergoing tribulations, or they would need to relocate new resource points that needed to be taken care of. But unlike the sovereign immortal aperture, it seemed like strange things were happening everywhere at every moment. The mermaid immortals looked at it for a while. They were worried but also happy. They were worried because even though the sovereign immortal aperture was Great Love Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, it was famous in the world. It was not peaceful and chaotic. It was not easy to survive here. They were happy because in such a chaotic situation, there were all sorts of missions. The Gu immortals did not have to worry about the lack of contribution points. 12th Hair had been observing the mermaid immortal's expressions. He sighed deeply. I will tell you the truth. The sovereign immortal aperture is currently in a rather stable state. You have not experienced it. Master Annex 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. His immortal aperture's Dow marks increased rapidly. The abnormal situation was like a storm. In the entire sovereign immortal aperture, who isn't busy? Even though there are not many things happening now, because of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, our Gu immortals suffered heavy losses. Even though most of them revived, it is not the time to undergo immortal ascension. As you can see, the missions are very heavy, but we still need to leave people to guard many places. For example, Star Collection City is too important. We cannot afford to lose it. Many abnormal situations occurred suddenly. We need at least one rank 8 expert to guard this place at all times. Seeing that there are more and more missions, we need everyone to join the sovereign immortal aperture. Earlier in the hall, even though Fairy Miao Yin said it directly, she was not wrong. If you want to gain the recognition of the old Gu immortals, you need to work hard and use your actions and contributions to show your loyalty to Master. The mermaid immortals heard this and nodded. Yu Zi and Lian Ku Xian looked at each other. They finally understood Fang Yuan's intention. Tang Qiong expressed her gratitude towards 12th Hair's advice and gave him a meeting gift. A certain rank 6 mermaid immortal asked at an appropriate time. Lord 12th Hair gave each of us 5 immortal goo. 3 of them are for the 3 boards. What about the remaining 2? 12th Hair accepted the gift as he explained with a smile. One of them is used to communicate with jewel yellow skies. In the sovereign immortal aperture, all Gu cultivators need to use this Gu worm to communicate with jewel yellow skies. The other one is used to monitor you. You need to keep it with you at all times. If it is accidentally damaged, you need to report it immediately. Star Collection City will send a replacement. After pausing for a while, 12th Hair continued, Don't think too much. Not just you, we also have it. Even though it is a mortal goo, it has already saved many goo immortals' lives. Many abnormal situations contain many mysterious risks. It is not easy for us to deal with them. We might even lose our lives. For example, take a look at this on the mission board. The mermaid immortals looked at 12th Hair's direction and saw Mo Tansang's abortion mission. 12th Hair revealed a strange smile. You might not be familiar with Mo Tansang, but his status is not low. He is the leader of many Western Desert's goo immortals. He is a male Inkman, but after dealing with an unexpected situation, he became mysteriously pregnant. Now, he is offering a high price for an abortion, but many people are helpless after seeing it. If we abort it rashly, he might even lose his life. The mermaid immortals opened their mouths. They were dumbfounded. All right, 12th Hair continued. Next, I will bring you to another place in a way. It is even more important than the 3 boards. The mermaid immortals were immediately interested. They followed 12th Hair out of the square and into a branch hall in Star Collection City. At the entrance of the branch hall, the number of goo immortals increased rapidly. Many goo immortals were supporting each other or bending their backs, dragging their feet as they entered the branch hall in extreme fatigue. Next, these goo immortals walked out with their heads held high and their faces glowing, even though many of them still had dark circles under their eyes. When these goo immortals saw acquaintances, they would nod at them warmly. When they walked past them, they would greet them and talk about their missions or their rankings on the contribution board. Many goo immortals showed expressions of realization when they saw the mermaid goo immortals. Some of them took the initiative to greet them. They were very enthusiastic. Oh, I heard that we are taking in a group of mermaid goo immortals. Are these them? Great. With this group of people, we can finally take a breather. The accumulation of missions should be alleviated now. 12th Hair, you got this receiving mission. You are really lucky. Chapter 2273. 12th Hair laughed heartily, exchanging some pleasantries. When he turned around to look at the mermaid immortals, he saw that they were in a daze. Some goo immortals even had tears in their eyes. 12th Hair was slightly shocked. He quickly said, "Friends, did I offend you in any way?" Before he finished, Lien Ku Xian interrupted. 12th Hair, don't worry. We can see that inside the sovereign immortal aperture, be they humans, Inkmen, Rockmen, Snowmen, or others, they are all living harmoniously. They have equal status and are extremely close to each other. To speak the truth, I have never seen such a scene. I do not even dare to imagine that such a place exists in this world. 12th Hair was silent. He was originally a member of the Langya sect. Although Langya Blessed Land was very secretive, he knew very well that in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the status of mutants were very low. They had to live under the oppression of the human race. Looking at it from another perspective, the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea had always been surrounded by human super forces. Their pressure to survive was much greater than Langya sect's hairy men. Even though the scene in Star Collection City was extremely ordinary, it had a huge impact on the mermaid immortals. At this moment, the mermaid immortals had the same thought. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture's environment became 10 times more chaotic and dangerous, they had to survive. Perhaps this is our true home. Yu Zi murmured, life here is truly wonderful. Lien Ku Xian heaved a long sigh. I finally understand the profound meaning of the so-called great love. Master is indeed worthy of being great love, immortal venerable. The celestial court and longevity heaven are truly detestable. Be it star constellation immortal venerable or giant sun immortal, they cannot compare to our master. A mermaid immortal spoke of Feng Yuan. Her expression and tone gradually turned passionate. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up, saying proudly, looking at all the venerables of the past, Master is truly magnanimous. Paradise Earth immortal venerable thinks highly of Master. It is only natural for him to give his inheritance to Master, because no one else has the qualifications. Only by following Master can we have the possibility of happiness. Since all of you are deeply aware of this, then do your best to protect this place from now on, because this is also protecting your happy life. The mermaid immortals nodded. Some even shed tears of excitement. After calming herself down, Tang Qiong asked, "What are the mysteries of this sub-palace?" 12th Hare exclaimed, his expression becoming complicated. There was pride and arrogance, excitement, and even a hint of fear in his heart. Even the fur on 12th Hare's face couldn't hide his expression. This made the mermaid immortals even more curious. Next, the female immortals heard 12th Hare explain. This was originally a formation called Liver Life Formation, but Master modified it recently and turned it into an immortal goo house. Its effect is great and very practical. 12th Hare gave a thumbs up again. Then, he looked at the mermaid immortals and added with a meaningful tone, "You will definitely need it in the future." After 12th Hare's detailed introduction, Liver Life Immortal Goo House successfully left a deep impression on the mermaid immortals. There was nothing else to introduce about Star Collection City. 12th Hare led the mermaid immortals down from the mini Nine Heavens. The group arrived at mini Eastern Sea and looked down at the sea area below. Waves were surging. Sea winds were blowing. 12th Hare said, "This is the place that Master has decided for you mermen to live and reproduce from now on." The mermaid goo immortals quickly used their investigative methods to investigate the environment of this sea area. What made them overjoyed was that this sea area had a large number of ordinary goo materials, but they were distributed chaotically and without any pattern. Moreover, many goo materials countered each other. They were in a state of exhaustion. The root of this situation was the sovereign immortal aperture's Tao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of Tao marks, thus it produced a large number of goo materials. And because of the non-conflicting Tao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently. The goo materials were distributed chaotically and were in an unstable state. This is the map of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It is the version from 3 days ago. Consider it my gift to you. 12th Hare rubbed his fingers as an information path mortal goo flew out. The version from 3 days ago? UZ was very perceptive.
Yes.
12th Hare nodded, explaining, because abnormal situations occurred frequently, many terrains would undergo intense changes. Moreover, Master would set up resource points from time to time, annexing grotto heavens and blessed lands. Thus, the map of the 5 regions and 2 heavens has been changing frequently. It needs to be updated frequently. UZ probed with her divine sense and exclaimed in shock, "So big?" Her exclamation attracted the attention of the other mermaid immortals. They rarely saw Supreme Elder UZ lose her composure like this. 12th Hare had a proud expression as he smiled. The sovereign immortal aperture has a huge space to begin with. It is 500 million km2. After Master annexed apertures and underwent tribulations, the space has expanded by more than 100 times. It is broken through 500 million km2. The other mermaid immortals heard this and had dazed expressions. They were extremely shocked. 12th Hare laughed again. "Don't worry, this place will become even bigger in the future. Even if one day, the sovereign immortal aperture surpasses the 5 regions and 2 heavens, we will not be surprised. I have already marked the area of your territory on the map. Even though my mission has ended, if you have any needs, you can use this information path mortal goo to contact me. I am currently residing in Yellow Hair Continent. I am in charge of leading the Yellow Hair Hairy Men. I am your neighbor." UZ and Lien Ku Xian quickly expressed their gratitude. They also took out their own information path mortal goo to exchange with 12th Hare. 12th Hare said goodbye to the mermaid immortals, his figure vanishing into the sky. After UZ and Lien Ku Xian discussed for a while, the 6 mermaid immortals started to get busy. On one hand, they sent people to investigate the surrounding environment. Above the clouds and below the ground, they also calculated the resources. On the other hand, they arranged for goo immortals to set up a super large defensive goo formation. After completing the 2 tasks, the mermaid immortals opened their immortal aperture entrances. Groups of mermen brought their families to this sea area. Under the instructions of the mermaid goo immortals, these 800,000 mermen started to build houses in an orderly manner, forming underwater villages, small towns, and even cities in the center. The mermaid immortals set up 6 cities. Each goo immortal was in charge of one. The cities were surrounded by small towns, and beyond the towns were villages. Because of their ample preparation, the mermen did not lack living resources. Chaotic situations were unavoidable. After all, they had just arrived. But under the command and control of the mermaid immortals, they did not suffer any losses. After working for 9 days and 9 nights, seeing that the merman citizens had settled down, Uz and Lianku Xin gathered the immortals to discuss some important matters. There are many types of ordinary goo materials, but the quantity of each is not high, and they change frequently. In my opinion, we should organize the mermaid goo masters to gather these goo materials once in a while. The surrounding environment is quite safe. There are few desolate beasts, not to mention ancient desolate beasts. There are almost no common food like seaweed and prawns. We need to nurture them. We even need to create a stable ecosystem. There are few immortal materials here. According to the map, the closest immortal level resource point to us is 7 Treasures Sea Spring. It produces 7 treasures water. Don't think about resource points. This is the sovereign immortal aperture. All the resource points belong to Master. If we want resources, we need to complete missions and exchange for them with contribution points. Speaking of missions, the mermaid immortals had been actively researching them these days. 12th Hair's words make sense. I think we need to do our best to complete the missions and prove our worth. That way, other goo immortals will acknowledge us. I have compared them and found that the most suitable mission for us is to set up a water path resource point. Master is a great strategist with a grand spirit. He is currently creating a water vein. Now that the first water vein is completed, he is creating the second one. This is our chance. That makes sense, but we cannot give up on the other missions either. Especially those that involve other goo immortals. I think we can take some of them and use the mission to get to know the goo immortals here. We can try to befriend them. Before coming here, we prepared most of the gifts for our first meeting. After the mermaid immortals finished their discussion, Uz stayed in this sea area. She was in charge of developing the ecosystem and creating a stable source of food for the mermen. Meanwhile, for female immortals led by Lianku Xin received missions and traveled to different places. On one hand, they gathered information, and on the other hand, they established diplomatic relations. Lian Kursen spent more than a day flying to the Yellow Hair continent. 12th Hair had already received a letter goo notification. He welcomed them in the sky. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Both sides had the desire to befriend each other. Lianku Xin sent a gift again. These days, she had been researching the contribution board. She found that the hairy men were the #1 force in the sovereign immortal aperture. 12th Hair also prepared a gift in return. It was not a small one. After some initial interaction, 12th Hair learned of the mermaid immortal's actions. He smiled at Lianku Xin. You did the right thing this time. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, when goo immortals visit, they would set up a banquet, or at the very least, they would prepare some tea. But this situation does not exist in the sovereign immortal aperture. We do not have the time or mood to set up these useless banquets. You accepted the mission this time and used it to establish diplomatic relations. It was a wise move. If you did it according to the habits of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the effect would not be good. Lianku Xin heard this and felt a little glad. Next, she realized the style of the sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals. 12th Hair said directly, You and I have both accepted the mission to nurture goo immortal seeds. Let's go. Let's not waste time and look at the most important one first. Lianku Xin followed 12th Hair, flying for a while before concealing her aura and entering a forest. A hairy man goo master was being chased. He was covered in injuries as he staggered in the forest. Sounds of fighting could be heard from behind him. Lianku Xin inspected and found that this hairy man goo master was a mixed blood between a human and a hairy man. He is called Guyue Fengxiang. 12th Hair introduced at an appropriate time. Lianku Xin's pupils shrunk. Her body shook intensely. 12th Hair quickly stretched out his hand. Don't think too much. He is not of Master's bloodline. He is Guyue Fengxiang's son. Master has great foresight. We cannot fathom him. We were only ordered to secretly nurture this child, arranging fortuitous encounters and setbacks for him. This is the most qualified goo immortal seed among us hairy man goo masters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.